Hello and welcome to CyberRisk TV's coverage of Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. We're here in Las Vegas at one of the industry's premier events for identity, access control, and digital trust. As identity continues to sit at the center of modern cybersecurity strategies, organizations are facing new challenges, from securing machine identities and AI agents to managing increasingly complex governance and compliance requirements. We'll be speaking with security leaders, practitioners, and innovators about the technologies, trends, and strategies shaping the future of identity security. Stay with us as we bring you exclusive interviews and insights from the show floor at Identiverse 2026. Now, one of the things I've been doing, a little bit of prep yesterday, is reading through some of the presentation titles to see words, and I've seen words like navigation, cartography, actions, and non-human identities, which is fun because they sound like the setup for a Dungeons & Dragons adventure. D&D is a world of fantasy, I'll admit, but it's not too far removed from cybersecurity. D&D, on the one hand, has bizarrely named creatures. Cybersecurity has bizarrely named APTs. D&D has made-up characters. Cybersecurity has to contend with made-up identities. And that's what I've seen so much on theme here already about what Identiverse is trying to contain and control. Dealing with challenges like attackers using deepfake personas to obtain jobs and become malicious insiders through legitimate hiring processes. Challenges like the gap in reality between identity governance on the one hand for employees and the multitude of agents those employees spin up. Challenges like shadow AI, where organizations don't even know how many agents are on their network or what those agents are doing. Shadow AI, by the way, also sounds like a hazardous D&D realm, which is pretty fun. Oh, and there's another big challenge, speaking of agents, in handling hallucinations when LLMs and agents are used for business decisions, or even worse, security decisions. Just look at the recent Instagram account takeovers where attackers asked an AI support agent for help recovering access to an account. It just happened to be someone else's account, leading to the compromise. And of course, you could look at any number of breaches that start with compromised credentials. And I think that's what I find so wild about modern InfoSec challenges. So many of them are echoes of old problems with well-known mitigations. So bear with me for a second as I go back to that my lovely, that I love, D&D metaphor for a moment. D&D went through a new edition, let's say every decade or so. Rules would change, characters would be different, but its heart remains a game to enjoy and share with the community. On the other hand, cybersecurity has its own new editions of recommendations and practices, but its community and organizations continue to struggle with basics. Part of that struggle happens because tools aren't effective, processes aren't supported by tools, and people aren't supported by either good tools or good processes. That's hopefully what Identiverse is going to help us with. And since we're here in Vegas, today I wager that we're going to hear some words in addition to my non-human identities and action D&D inspiration. We're going to hear things like acceleration, evolution, and scale over and over again. They're like the verbal components of casting magic spells. But D&D spells also require material components, things that spell needs to work successfully, and in a few cases, things that are very precious or hard to come by. The material components I'm looking for today at Identiverse are practical advice, real-world examples, and useful insights that help organizations craft strategies and make effective decisions. So I've got some here. Grab some dice, think of the character you'd like to create, prepare for some non-human threats, and let's take an adventure through Identiverse 2026. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Howard Ting, CEO at Opal Security. Howard, thanks for being here.
Great to be with you, Mike.
So I appreciate you being here to help me kick things off for the day. This is going to be our first interview, and one of the things I'd love to get your sense of is Identiverse and some of the themes, especially AI and agents. Those words are going to show up all over the place, get repeated.
Yeah.
But what does that actually mean in terms of identity security? How are they actually changing the way people are approaching governance or just securing them in general?
Yeah. This conference feels like an AI conference, just like RSA did.
Yeah, okay.
Everything's about AI. I think at RSA there was a lot of focus on the threats that AI could pose on the offensive side by attackers and what the defenders can do to leverage AI. Here, I think a lot of the conversation is about how are we going to govern all these new identities that we have to both, register, discover, manage, provision, and then govern. We're right in the middle of that conversation. We're an access governance platform that is unifying both human and non-human identities, trying to create a single control plane for all identities for enterprises. And I think the conversation is really advancing rapidly as far as how we should attack this problem and how we should even think about the problem.
Yeah, and I think one thing, I definitely want to get to the defender side of using AI, but even just, we've had machine identities, we've had service identities for a while. In my mind, it almost sounds like it should just be AI or agents is a synonym. That's just another identity. Mm-hmm. But clearly there's a different concern and feels like it's one of volume, but one of complexity of what the agents do. Is that, how do you see the challenge? What's different when you're approaching the governance of these AI agents?
Yeah, I think there are a number of different models being proposed right now for how agentic identities should be governed. There's some people that think that we should just treat them like service accounts, and that's a starting point because we've had some history with service accounts and how we should manage those. But there's so many flavors of agents that we have to account for, and I don't think service accounts accounts for all of them. Right? There are a number of accounts, agentic identities that are acting on behalf of humans. So we've heard of this term OBO, on behalf of.
Yep. Okay.
And so in that model, you really have to understand who's the human that provoked it or prompted the agent to act, and what's the accountability chain when in that scenario.
Yeah.
Then there are more and more autonomous agents that I think are going to arrive. And if you just think back on like autonomous long-running agents, if you will, in our consumer lives, I think the enterprise autonomous agents are going to follow a similar path. Like think about a self-driving car, which is probably the most autonomous agent we have in the consumer world. There's some people that think that enterprise agents should just be approved, all action should be approved by a human. But just imagine if you could translate that same concept to an autonomous vehicle, right? My vehicle, I have a Tesla, it's speeding up, braking, turning left, moving,
Right.
shifting itself, steering the wheel all the time, and there's no way that I could be there approving every single action.
Should I change lane now? Do you want me to
Exactly.
merge at this exit?
Exactly.
What about this exit? What about now?
None of
That's
that stuff.
crazy. Yeah.
It would render that product unusable.
Yeah.
And I think the similar thing's going to happen in enterprise agents, where we can't have a human in the loop many times when we're trying to govern what these agents are able to do, especially as we think about more and more of these autonomous agents. I think right now with coding agents, which is the most commonly deployed type of agent in the enterprise, having a user in the loop reviewing the pull requests that these agents are churning out, I think makes a lot of sense. But when we deploy other types of agents, I think this model breaks down. So we have to come up with new models of governance.
And that's what scares me, because in agent coding, that's a point in time, but it's not that creating some code until it gets deployed. That's not a potential disaster happening. You have that human in the loop, as you said, that can be looking at this and, probably we shouldn't allow this code to go out.
Yeah.
But there's customer support agents. There's a lot of things that agents can take, as you were saying, these autonomous agents throughout the system. How are CISOs even looking at that? Because, okay, we can say least privilege, but is that going to work? Because we don't exactly know what the agent's really supposed to do. We can't, as you, I think, rightly pointed out, can't ask the human to approve everything.
Yeah.
That's got to be extra complexity about what these agents are doing. How do you even approach that?
Yeah. So in the human world, I think we've centered a lot of our identity controls on what I would call pre and post access or pre and post action. So what I mean by that is we use IGA tools, identity governance administration tools, to provision the access, set the entitlements, and then we do an audit after the fact, after these humans have done their work. We check to see if the permissions and entitlements are still legitimate. That's usually known as a user access review, or UAR. We have some exciting announcements in both of these areas I'd love to talk about. But what most identity products don't do for humans today is sit in the middle, in the middle of this workflow, in the runtime. Mm-hmm. Checking every time that a user is trying to do something, right? Should this be allowed to happen? That's happening in the target system today, in the applications, natively in the applications. I think with agents, I think we're going to have to do a lot more in the runtime. And we heard this in the keynote yesterday, and I think there's a lot of talk about what does that runtime authorization layer look like. It needs to be continuous, it needs to be contextualized, it needs to be checking every action that the agents are trying to take. So I think it's going to create a new control point that we need, because we need this control point to be in runtime, reviewing every single action that the agent's trying to take, and then making a decision about whether we're going to allow it or not, taking into account all of the context and analyzing the risk.
Yeah, and it feels like, hopefully, it feels daunting, but it feels, I'm going to guess that a CISO would rather have, let's prevent this bad thing from happening, let's review at the moment, rather than have my incident response team go and figure out, oh, this bad thing, this action was already taken, should have even happened the first part. But what you mentioned there, continuous, happening in a runtime, you're going to burn some people out if you're doing that. So this is where I want to bring in that aspect. Is AI helping with this problem as well? And if so, how?
I think it has to be AI managing AI. Just think about access requests today. If you do a just-in-time access request that many of our customers do, on average, they're waiting probably 15 minutes, sometimes hours, for that request to be approved. And you can imagine
that's rough.
If we have to have that kind of wait time for agent requests, it's going to break the whole workflow, because a lot of these agents have sub-agents that they need to prompt, and if you factor that in, the whole system design is going to come under pressure. So I don't think we can have humans in the loop approving every agentic request, especially since agents are going to be running at odd hours of the day, 3 a.m. for example. Some agent may be doing some SRE DevOps thing to update the production systems. There's no human awake at the time to approve that. So I do think we're going to need AI to manage AI. And I think one of the things that a lot of customers are thinking is they're using AI to shrink the funnel. And what I mean by that is most decisions are pretty straightforward. You should either, it's a clear allow or a clear deny. Just like most UARs are pretty clear, like these people still need access and these people don't. And I think what AI can do is really shrink the funnel of what humans actually need to make decisions on and what to review. And 98, 99%, maybe even more of the requests and the reviews can be done with AI. And I think the AI will continue to get smarter and maybe push that number higher and higher. Maybe it's like, 4 nines, 5 nines of the volume can be shrunk with AI over time as the AI gets better, gets more intelligent, understands the business better and better, and has that self-learning loop that I think all the AI products are being built with.
And I think that's what you're doing, right? With you have AI assistant access review to say, this is, rather than have the human in the loop at every single point, it sounds like have the AI say, well, by the way, this one is here's an outlier. Here is something behavioral for that. That's probably another word we're going to hear a lot today.
So Opal announced yesterday at the conference AI-guided access reviews, and we believe this is a first in the industry. And what's interesting is that most of our customers that use us for access reviews, the number one requested feature is bulk approvals, meaning they are not even taking the time to review each individual access entitlement and to decide yes or no. They just want to do a bulk. It's like, I trust all my employees on my team. I hired all these people. They're trustworthy. I just want to approve all this. And so it becomes a performative exercise a lot of times in most enterprises today. But what AI can do is take that performative exercise and make it a real risk reduction exercise, because we can then shrink the number of things that the humans actually review, but we shrink it to the right things. See, today, someone does a bulk approval, they're approving some entitlements that probably need to get a second level of review or scrutiny, but they're doing it because they just want to get it off their plate. What AI can do is like, okay, take all of the basic decisions off their plate and just have them review the things that really matter, the things that require real human judgment and context.
Yeah, I was going to say that it can be so boring to be like, this is something that this person does all the time, they need to do that. you're just going to bore someone to death
Yeah.
saying, yeah, we need that, we need that. You have that review for governance, that doesn't go away, but embrace that human ingenuity. And I'm curious too then, all these approvals that you're talking about are for humans and agents alike, right?
Yes.
I'm curious, what are the agents introducing into this in terms of complexity?
You know, what's interesting is that I think there are a couple different ways that this could grow. One way, I think, is that we start giving agents one-time entitlements, meaning there is no need to do a review after the fact because the entitlement has been used or expired, right? And so there is no standing entitlement to go review. I think that's one way it could go. I think it's going to be a while before we get there. I do think that in the interim, there will be a need to review the agent entitlements, again, using AI to shrink that funnel of what requires the human review. And I think there's also schools of thought that say, you know, a simple way to think about it, especially with the user prompted or delegated agents, is agents should always have the same or less privileges than their human master or their human owner.
Yeah.
I think that works in a lot of contexts, but there's some contexts where that may not work. So there are a lot of different thoughts. None of this is settled. I think it's a pretty dynamic
Still
environment,
early.
and this is a fun conversation to be part of.
Well, I'm curious, how are CISOs reacting to this? Because I can imagine that, I love the what you were describing of that entitlement, because that means also if there's a prompt injection, if something goes bad, even if there's just a mistake, it's going to limit the consequences of that impact. Are CISOs, that's a story, but are CISOs seeing the actual story play out in real life? Or are they still struggling that actually why did this agent have more permissions than the human owner did?
I think just like most people, everyone's just drinking from the fire hose, the AI fire hose, and they're just trying to get their arms around things and trying to take steps to start to reduce their risk. The CISOs I talk with, they're just trying to get foundational pieces in place. They're just trying to get some risk reduction, because right now it's wild, wild west. There's very little control or visibility of it.
Right.
And most CISOs tell me they're just trying to give the best visibility they can have. Like, what are all the agents that are running? Who are prompting these agents? What are these agents doing? So they're just starting with discovery, classification, registry, these agents. And I think governance or control of these agents is going to be the next phase, and then the final phase will be that runtime, fine-grained control. So I think we're going to go in phases, but the first phase that everyone's just trying to get to today is just discovery.
I'm laughing because discovery, asset inventory, identity inventory, these are just such simple things that we've been talking about for decades, right?
Yeah.
But we're still early days in that just now with agents. That's scary.
One of the things that brought me back into the identity world, I started my career in identity 26 years ago at RSA. RSA Security, and I did a bunch of identity stuff, including startups. And then I left and did some other stuff in the last 15 years, but I came back into identity because so many of these problems that we worked on 25 years ago are still unsolved. And for me, my last 10 years of my career, whatever's left, I want to go back to that unfinished business. So it's a very exciting, dynamic time to be in identity, and this is the place to be.
We clearly could use a lot more solutions. I'm glad you came back. Let me squeeze in one last question here. Having these conversations with the CISO, they say we need to secure our agents. Okay, we talked about discovery. You mentioned that a lot. What's maybe the next thing that gives you confidence, or that you would say would give them confidence that they're actually securing agents in a way that's going to help them?
I think it comes down to analyzing what agents are doing relative to their manifest or intention. See, I think the more drift that we see of these agent behaviors and actions, the more concern we should have. Because agents are pretty doggone determined. They might be the most determined, quote unquote employee.
Spend those tokens. Do what you said.
They want to achieve their goal. And so I think the more that we can understand the goals or the intentions of the agent through its manifest of some sort, and then evaluate whether these agents are staying within their predetermined guardrails and how often they drift outside of that, I think that's the next thing that we absolutely need to do. We have to have better tooling to have that visibility and analyze that risk, and that's not available yet in the market. There are lots of vendors that are starting to come up with solutions. We're going to be one of those providers as well, but there's nothing really mature yet in the market, and we should be seeing more solutions in the market in the next 6 months.
Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed that we can be optimistic that it does happen in 6 months. Howard, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for having me.
To learn more about Opal Security, and especially their announcement from yesterday, visit securityweekly.com/OpalIDV. For all of Identiverse 2026 covers from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/IDV, and stick around. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Jaime Lewis-Gross, Senior Vice President of Solutions Engineering at Saviynt. Jaime, thanks for being here.
I'm happy to be here, Mike. Thank you for having me.
So happy to be here to help kick things off. We're still early in the day at Identiverse.
We are.
And I'm excited to talk to you because we're talking about something slightly different, talking about the sales engineering side of things.
Yeah.
Which I want to kick this off that a lot of people, and you could go to any of the booths here, there's demos, but that's not necessarily the problem that I might have or others might have. How do you pivot to something like, here's the demo that we prescribe versus, oh wait, that's the problem you have? What does that look like from your perspective?
Yeah, so I would say that SEs used to be looked at for giving great demonstrations. It was all about the product, the features, and now it's really digging out what are the business outcomes, what are the problems that we really need to solve for our customers so that we can then demonstrate the right solution to them.
So some of that then is being, that engineering role has to be changing, right? So
it is changing.
What does that, it's not just a public speaking, you can hear me stammering over a couple of words, not a practiced or polished.
Yeah.
What are you looking for success these days?
So for success these days, we're starting to see that pivot into forward deployed engineering. And it's funny because I feel like we've already innately done a lot of that, but now there's just a new tag, a new term that's being used for it. But it's really the triangulation of ensuring that we have the right people focus on the right customer problems, and then they're able to solve those problems in the field and be really agile and iterative in terms of how we get solutions to customers. So having that fast feedback loop to product to engineering to be able to deploy those solutions.
Now I managed to get two questions without mentioning AI, where in 2026 is unavoidable. How is AI or agents, is that changing either the problems, I'm sure, that people are saying? What are you seeing there?
Yeah, so agents are changing a lot of things.
Yeah.
Not only are they changing the technology solutions, allowing us to deploy more quickly, be more agile from a software perspective and the technology that we solve for and provide for, but it's how do we gain efficiencies. So we have to look at AI as a means to create a repeatable process, product, assets to our team to be more focused, use time more wisely, and just be better overall as a team.
Yeah, I do have to say, I love the theme of embracing, here's the AI helping the humans, saving them time, empowering them, but they've also got to be causing lots of problems. I'm curious there, talking to the customers, is there a single type of pain point theme that comes up, or is it really, really varied still?
It really varies. So It really varies depending on the sophistication of the customer, but I would say that the main pain point being that agents are being deployed everywhere by everyone, and no one has real visibility into what it is they're doing, and is there going to be malice and risk introduced. And because it can be done so fast, there's certainly a high profile of risk that does come with it.
Indeed. And with that profile, then, I've got to imagine that you're relying on the SEs, and you're talking about that feedback loop. Here's a problem they're having, let's go back to product and express that in helpful ways. Yeah. What are you looking at for the SEs? How are they becoming more like product minded in this conversation?
Yeah, so it's really about extensibility of technology. So when you have technology that you're able to expand and push the envelope, it gives SEs the ability to introduce solutions to what the customer might be experiencing. So it really comes with active listening, really understanding what is at the root and what are they trying to solve. In some cases, they're able to extend the technology beyond, just core capabilities. AI might enhance some of that. And then certainly, listening to the customer and bringing those challenges back to product to ensure that it then comes back into the core of the platform at the end of the day.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if you can necessarily name some customers, but do you have an example or two that could show how that conversation looks like, or what those problems look like?
Yeah. So, we have a number of manufacturing customers, and when you talk about supply lines. So you're manufacturing something, and so they're using AI to look at maintenance plans, look at efficiency of those lines. So now there are agents being deployed. So we're certainly working with customers to gain visibility, and we're looking at blocking those agents from performing certain actions at runtime so that we're not interrupting the supply chains and manufacturing. Because if you think about a line stopping, well, that has a direct effect.
Money, right?
Yeah, that's money. It's all money.
And that's one of the things too, I'm always curious about. One of my other just go-to questions within just cybersecurity in general is measuring something. Because how do we measure risk? How do we measure risk succeeding? And a CISO, of course, is going to be, that's what the board is going to be asking questions about. And you were just talking about, if that supply line stops, we can measure time very directly in money.
Right.
Jumping back to the idea of like that sales role, the sales engineering role, I should say, how are you measuring successful people being successful there? Because it's one where you're talking about active listening. These are skills that don't necessarily easily quantified.
Yeah, you're right. So things that we do measure that are very easy. So when you look at it from a sales perspective, it's you've engaged a customer in an opportunity and you do a technical evaluation. Well, does that technical evaluation, do you win or do you lose? So very easy metric. How long did it take to win or lose? Now, the way that I measure my team beyond some of those key metrics are, what are you doing for the team? What are you doing that makes the team successful? What are repeatable collateral, assets, processes? And you're not just in it for yourself, you're broadcasting it out to the team so that they can reuse it and gain efficiencies and, solve a similar challenge at a customer in their region.
Now, that's making me think of, I have a background also in product management, and there's a very classic saying of just, there's a difference between what customer wants versus what a customer needs. How does that get teased out in these types of conversations, especially with, I have tons of agents, I want to secure my agents. How does that get translated for you and your team?
Yeah, so that comes with a very, very good discovery. So what are the open-ended questions that you need to ask to really get to what it is that they need versus what they think they want? Especially when they're looking at a number of different vendors, you can see all of these different exciting capabilities, but do you need that? What's the root of what you're trying to secure at the end of the day?
Yeah, and that's got to be the case of just, a CISO just figuring out, here's my budget, how do I spend this budget wisely, right? Help me do this so that I don't get fired by the board, but more importantly, so I don't have to write that blog post that says, we take your security seriously, but guess what just happened?
Right. Yeah, so it's that constant, what is the risk? What is the risk that, something could happen, and what is the impact of it happening? So we help CISOs prioritize these things. So it comes with, whiteboarding these activities and also understanding from all of the different stakeholders in a particular program what's important to them so that you can really determine the priority and fit it into what's available in their budget that's going to secure those needs.
And I'm curious too, because I imagine you talk to a lot of CISOs, and as I was joking earlier, yes, AI agents, that has to just be mentioned within 2026.
Yeah.
That I don't think that's the only thing that's out there as a threat. What's especially in terms of identity? Is there something that's top of mind for a lot of CISOs as well?
Yeah, so a lot of it is still that movement to modernization. It is the elimination of highly customized solutions, technology debt, and it's also leveraging investments that have already been made. So what are the synergies with other adjacent technologies so that they can bring all of those investments into, one primary area and take advantage of all of it?
Yeah, and that, again, I'm smiling because I recognize just a lot of things of CISOs just saying, well, we spent this money on a tool, how come nobody's using it, right?
Right. You never want a tool to be shelfware. And that goes back to need. What is it that you need versus what you think you want? And then also taking advantage of all of the telemetry and other signals that you can get from adjacent technology to make your choices that you make more stronger and valuable to the business.
And I'm curious too where you've seen, because even talking about, you mentioned that you didn't say the phrase, but I think it was build versus buy.
Yeah.
here's the legacy. Should we get this tool or build this weird customized tool
Yeah.
that's in house that suddenly the team is gone that ever owned it and nobody
Right.
knows exactly how it works. Agents or AI coders, I'm just going to put out there, supposedly can replace a lot of these things. And I will say in some cases maybe they do.
Yeah.
But have you seen agents really changing the problem identification or the problem solving aspects yet, or how they're being applied?
I think they're allowing people to be more autonomous in nature, so that you can use AI to solve problems, but at the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily. It's not a substitute for best practices. So, what are the best practices that you need to ensure? As you're building these things, but certainly I think build versus buy is going to be a conversation that happens a lot more, in the days to come.
It is. I'm curious, in terms of conversations that happen as well, there's AI coding, talking about coders.
Yeah.
Especially this, it feels like sales engineering, especially, it's still very much an engineering part. How do we solve this problem? I don't want to dismiss that at all. I think that's important. But there's definitely the threat of, well, maybe agents can replace this, or agents can be part of this conversation. Is that coming up? How is that? Does that feel like a threat or a concern? What does the future look like there?
I get asked that question a lot, and I do think that there are activities that it's certainly going to replace. I think when you think about looking at code and ensuring a high degree of quality of code, it's going to be able to make a lot of that more efficient. But you're always going to need people, and it doesn't replace the expertise of having done something and sitting in someone else's shoes across the table.
Yes, and I appreciate that answer, because it feels like a very human conversation, a human element to be just that resonance of, oh, that's the problem you're describing. And those conversations can take a while through the active listening skill as you're describing that.
Right.
I'm trying to do this, trying to do this, and here are little pieces of that get boiled down to, well, fundamentally you're trying to secure one employee has 100 agents that they've spun up. That's what the problem is. How do you deal with that?
Yeah. And the thing is, you can always represent the experience that you have. I did it this way and it worked well because of, or I did it this way and I ran into this issue. So, while there's a lot of logic baked into AI, it doesn't have personal experiences.
Yes, and it's those experiences that help us train to say, we're going to improve on this, as well as, I tried to do this solution, but I made a mistake and it didn't work.
Right.
That's also a great learning example. I've gone through several of those myself.
Yeah, I like to say that AI is really going to accelerate collaboration at the end of the day. It's going to accelerate collaboration between the engineering team, the product team, your customer success team, and your sales teams. And that's what it should do.
Yeah, and I'm very much looking forward to a future of that collaboration still continuing.
Yeah.
Agents can be a little part of it, but
yeah.
having humans and having conversations is good.
It should help us collaborate faster, is how I see it.
Yes. Well, I very much appreciate this very human conversation, Jaime. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for having me.
To learn more about Saviynt, please visit securityweekly.com/SavientIDV. And for full Identiverse 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/IDV. Stick around. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Kim Brown, Vice President, Product Management at LexisNexis Risk Solutions. Kim, thanks for being here.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Happy to have you. And I want to kick things off. We're in a world of AI. So my first question is identity, risk, fraud. Is it, I want to guess that AI is making it different, but how different is it making it really?
Yeah, great question. So I think when we think of AI with identity, I think we see two things happening. One is AI is enabling new fraud trends.
Okay.
So we're talking about our deep fakes, the use of agentic AI. But the other thing that we're seeing, we think of AI as a force multiplier. So a lot of the traditional fraud schemes that we've seen over the past 5 to 10 years, we're still seeing them, but AI is now allowing the fraudsters to be more efficient and more effective in how they carry out those traditional schemes.
Okay, so more of the same with a little bit new as you're describing.
Yes, they're just better at it. They could do it much better and much quicker.
And I guess I shouldn't be laughing so much at that because those are the attacker side. The defender side is also trying to be better and faster
well, 100%,
too,
right? Because the only way to beat AI is with AI. So on the defender side, you have to be leveraging AI.
And well, I'm going to laugh at that too because I hope that we don't just have to use AI because there's got to be a lot of basics around identity and authentication, identity proofs.
Yes.
That don't necessarily have to go away just because AI is present. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that. The message is always there's no one silver bullet that's going to solve all of your fraud problems. So you need to be using a layered approach, which is using some of our passive solutions up front in order to verify and assess risk, and then depending on the level of risk that being presented or the risk associated with the transaction, you step up to the different types of authentication if needed. But we also want to make sure that you're taking that 360-degree view of the identity, so it is looking at some of the newer things like the device, the behavior, but then to your point, you still need to look at the traditional signals, your name, your address, your date of birth, and leveraging traditional solutions in order to do that verification.
And there's an important point there that I want to emphasize a little bit, is that my mind immediately was going to just the idea of fraud. Here's a stolen username and password. But you mentioned that there's actually a life cycle of an account, start to finish, and it's much more than just a stolen password. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, well, I like to think of it, the analogy I use is like the house, and there are various entry points into your house, your front door, your back door, your windows, and you need to make sure that you're securing all of them, right? And so thinking about the life cycle from the first time, so I work on the insurance side. So if we think about insurance, from the minute that a consumer comes to your website to get a quote, you need to be verifying the risk associated with that device through binding. You want to make sure that it's a legitimate person who's buying the policy and not part of a fraud ring who's trying to launder money, for example. So that then once you're able to verify the identity on the front, a few months later or years later, if they come to file a claim, you've already done that verification up front. So now you have something that you can match against to see, is this the same person that bought the policy that's now coming back to file a claim? So you need to be able to assess the risk of the identity every time that they come to interact with you.
And that's an important distinction too, because you're describing the business workflow. Where are the points in that? Because as I was saying, if I just talk about the username and password being stolen, okay, fine, but those credentials aren't valuable yet to the attacker. Is that insurance fraud or healthcare? Tell us a little bit more about what those look like from that attacker. Why are attackers going after that?
Yeah, and we used to think years ago that maybe insurance and healthcare were a little isolated from these attacks because there's not really a financial gain. When you think about compared to like in the financial services.
Credit cards,
but at the end of the day, what insurers have and healthcare companies as well is data. They have data on their consumers, and it's rich data. It's not publicly available data. And so what fraudsters do is they leverage the vulnerabilities within insurers and health providers' systems in order to gain access to get data which they can then turn around to continue to build out the profile that they've stolen, so that they can then go on and do other frauds in other industries.
So yeah, that's what's scary, and that's what that long-term efficiency
Exactly.
that you were describing, if that AI is helping them.
Yes, exactly. And I think, when we think about the world that we're in today, I mentioned that no one solution is going to solve all of your problems, but one company can't do it on their own either. And so it's really important that we start thinking about how we share insights across industries, because fraudsters aren't they aren't industry specific, like I'm only going to attack banks or I'm only going to work in the insurance. They don't care. They find the areas of vulnerability and they exploit them.
Yeah. Speaking of those single solutions, in my heart of hearts, I wish more people were using passkeys, for example. That's an improvement over the traditional username and password. Have you seen improvements like passkeys or other types of improvements on authentication solutions helping to combat fraud?
Yeah, and I think, again, what's important when we think about insurance or healthcare is we don't want to have one solution that we're making all of our customers go through. Imagine how cumbersome it would be if every time you had to sign into your insurance policy, they made you do a quiz or a one-time password. So what we're seeing is there are varying levels of friction associated with the authentication solutions that are coming. And again, it's about having that layered approach. So say you go to log in to your insurance account, we want to assess the risk of your device first. And if we see, okay, this is the device that we usually see Mike using, then maybe we just let him log in. There's no friction. But if we see some anomaly come up, depending on the risk associated, we decide what type of authentication method we provide. So everybody's not getting the same experience. It's not a one-size-fits-all. It's about assessing the risk upfront and then deciding if we need to add friction, so you prove it's really you, and if we do, what level of friction do we need to add?
Yeah, and that sounds very appealing, both sides of the spectrum, in the sense of a risk-based approach.
Yes.
This is the CISO, the security suite thinking that, as well as that sounds friendlier to the end user, a better user experience.
But as I said, right, who wants to do a one-time password or a quiz every time you have to log in?
So is that a tough sell to organizations to get them to take that risk-based approach, because they're not thinking like, well, we're still going to be compromised. We just want the most secure, I say in air quotes, undefined, the most secure possible.
Well, I think the message that resonates is the balancing of the fraud with the consumer experience, right? Okay. Because the fraud is only going to be a small percentage of your transactions that come through, hopefully, if you're lucky. Yes. Really, what the majority of your transactions are going to be your genuine consumers who are trying to do a transaction and they just want a good experience. They want to be able to do it seamlessly. So the message that resonates is that balancing act, right? And like I said, you want to make sure that you have your safeguards up and that you're protecting yourself, your systems, your data. But for those genuine consumers, it's also very important that you're able to verify and identify them so that you can give them that seamless, easy experience.
Now, I'm curious, Ten, to talk a little bit about unfolding how the AI is coming into this. And we can jump on the attacker or defender side, but my mind is going to the attackers, because you mentioned deepfakes, for example. Yeah. That's where, if let's say they have those compromised credentials, they're not going to be coming from my device, but they might get an extra challenge that looks like me. How is that changing what controls are necessary to combat that? Yeah,
well, and I said it, you have to fight AI with AI. So one of the solutions that we've recently launched into market is specifically focused on the deep fakes. And what it does is it's a document authentication. So if it's a passport or a device, it scans it to make sure that it's real, it's unmanipulated. Then it does a selfie, so a liveness check. So that's where the deepfake comes in. So it makes sure that it's a real person in real time, not a deepfake, not a manipulated background or anything like that. So, and then it does the match to the ID that you scanned to make sure that it is the person, the owner of the identity. So that's one of the solutions that we've launched in market that's specifically targeting the deepfake that we're seeing. And we're seeing it now on the external side. So as you just mentioned, right, pretending to be somebody else. But the newest fraud trend that we are seeing is it being used to try to access internal systems. So this is, somebody from a foreign country is actually going through a recruiting process
Yes.
to apply for a job, getting onboarded so that they can get access to your internal systems where, they've just hit the treasure chest of data.
What better access than legitimate access granted you by HR and you got hired, right?
Exactly, yeah. Yep.
No, that's scary. And I wonder...
Very.
Yeah, I wonder, have CISOs or organizations come to you with those types of stories? What are the problems there that they're struggling with right now?
And it's exactly that. That's the one that when we think about at the enterprise level, that's the one that we're hearing coming from the CISOs. It's this internal risk, right? It's the employees, the contractors, third-party vendors. How do we know, we're giving them the keys to our systems? How do we know that these are the legitimate people? The risk associated with these people before we let them in our doors.
Yeah, and everything you listed goes well beyond just they had that password or that passkey or that authentication point. It's like, okay, fine, that's that, but look at this long list of things that's going on after that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's scary.
Very.
So then, as you're here at Identiverse today, for example, what are ways that you would look at if somebody's starting a conversation with you about describing their problem, they're in the insurance or healthcare field, perhaps? What starts to make you think that, they're on a path to maturity, they're being able to handle this well, versus they're just starting out and they have no idea what one thing they need to do?
Yeah, that's a great question. So to answer your first question, I think the ones that we think of as mature on their fraud sophistication journey are the ones that have started breaking down internal silos and are now starting to look at identity from an enterprise level.
Okay.
A lot of what we see for the ones that are earlier in their journey is, somebody from the claims team might reach out and they have a specific problem that they're trying to solve, or somebody
they're
from
seeing the money. Yeah, they're seeing the
or somebody, they had a bot attack on their quoting platform, so somebody from underwriting or consumer experience is reaching out. But once we start taking it a step up, and exactly what you said, right, looking at that life cycle of the identity and taking that enterprise approach, that's when we know, they're heading down that more mature journey.
So I guess that's a good message to CISOs. Be friends with your underwriters. Be friends with the
well,
be
I
friends
think
with
break
anybody
down
who
the
deals
silos,
with money, right?
Break down the silos, and you need to bring people together. A lot of times, we work with customers who aren't talking to each other internally, right? So they aren't even aware that we're talking to this part of their business or what this part of their business is doing. So it's really, you need to break down, because the consumer that gets a quote is the consumer that's coming to file a claim, is the consumer that's coming to log in.
So yeah, definitely a team sport, I guess we have to say here.
Yeah.
So then, is there, by the end of this conference, is there one thing that you hope to see or hope to accomplish from out of your conversations this week?
Yeah, I think the main message, which I mentioned earlier, is taking that layered approach, right? A lot of people that are earlier in their journey think about one workflow for all of their customers, but again, it's balancing the consumer experience with your fraud protection and fraud prevention. So making sure that you're enabling tailored workflows, that you're assessing risk upfront, and then deciding the type of workflow that you want to put your consumer through based on that risk.
That I think it's a message that resonates with me, and I think that's a great message to end on. So we'll let you continue your journey throughout the day.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, I appreciate it. To learn more about LexisNexis Risk Solutions, visit securityweekly.com/LexisNexisIDV. For all of our Identiverse 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/IDV. Stick around, we'll be right back after the break. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Amit Masan, founder and CEO at IDM Express. Amit, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for having me here, and I'm really glad. It's a good show. This is my 15th Identiverse show, and I'm loving it.
That's crazy. And so 15, we were talking a little bit before we even started rolling today about how long ago 15 years was, let alone 20 years or possibly even 30 by this point. The conversations have had to have changed a lot. You know, IAM, PAM, Zero Trust, a bunch of buzzwords. What does 2026 look different to this year?
It's all about NHI. It's all about AI.
Yeah.
How the market is changed so much, so rapidly, and it has been phenomenal how people are adapting to those changes, and I'm excited because those changes the change is the only constant, and those changes are only going to be better for the future.
Well, I'd love to tell me a little bit more about what those changes are, because part of my thinking originally was, oh, we've had machine accounts, service accounts, now we just have agents. How come those aren't just the same?
Yeah, I mean, see, there are different parts of NHI, right?
Yeah.
One is the credential. There are other non-human identities which has their own ID. So every identity is defined in a different way. Now what has changed is it is growing rapidly. So what humans used to do has been now taken over by AI agents.
Yeah.
And that's where things change a lot. And that's where I feel like there's so much innovation required, so much understanding required. I think we're still at ground zero as far as AI agents is concerned, but at ground zero, it still feels a lot of changes because it's new. And once we start adapting to those changes, once we start looking at what these AI agents are going to do functionality-wise or configuration-wise, or are AI agents creating another AI agents in the loop, which are going to change the world, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be important.
Yeah, now you started off that with saying humans, and I'll make the argument that humans are relatively predictable, at least from the sense of I'm an employee, this is what my daily workflow should look like if I'm not a malicious insider, for example.
Yeah.
Agents, on the other hand, maybe they got prompt injected, maybe it was a malicious skill that was downloaded, maybe they're just hallucinating. There's got to be a little bit more chaos that makes this harder. What does that look like when you're trying to secure them? What's changing in how you would approach that?
So there are different kind of ways how you approach this, right? Some companies are building a solution which are specific to AI governance, where you are tracking those AI agents and you are able to stop them when they are hallucinated or they are doing things which they are not supposed to be doing, or they are hacked or downloaded, as you said. So when companies are building those kind of solutions, it's important to pay attention on how to track those AI agents.
Yeah.
And when it's necessary, stop them from doing the unnecessary stuff, unusual stuff.
And that's got to be hard, though, because especially and I think you were touching on this, it's not a mapping of me as one employee has one agent.
Yeah.
It might be, here's a swarm of agents, here's multiple agents that are taking different actions that ostensibly should be something that I'm aware of.
Right.
But I don't think that's how things work in practice, right?
So we are counting agents, right? We are saying, oh, it changed from 1 to 30 today, and then it's going to be 100 tomorrow.
That's insane.
But the important part that we want to take care of is the behavior, right? The behavior of the agent, the risk factors. How are you going to keep the risk in mind in order to work with those agents fluently without any issues? I mean, issues are going to be there. The other thing you talked about is human intervention. It's an important point. When we are moving towards agentic AI, human intervention is going to be so much important, because unless, for example, you're watching a TV and the AI agents keeps on changing a channel, right? Now you need a remote where somebody's saying, okay, stop AI agent, let me watch Soccer World Cup, right? Instead of watching a cricket match, for example, or NFL, right? So yeah, human intervention is going to require in the same way in an environment where agents keep on changing the world, but at a given time, and human intervention will come and say, I want it this way. And so that will be constantly required.
Now, I'm laughing because I think that might be the first time I've heard televisions used within AppSec or cybersecurity
it's
metaphor.
going to be
I love
happening.
it. But that's a good point because it's very obvious if somebody's changing the channel, watching soccer, or I love the WNBA, local here in Vegas Aces, or my hometown, the Valkyries.
Yeah.
If somebody changed the channel, I'm going to notice and complain. But AI, to play around with your metaphor a little bit, it's watching TV 24/7. And
Right.
we humans like to go to bed eventually, for example. So how does that human intervention or human oversight, or let's broaden that to just say governance, how does that work if agents are running continuously 24/7?
So this all depends on how you build it, right? So if you're building a solution where it's a workflow management, what human identity used to do earlier was who has access to what.
Right.
Similarly, there is going to be a world where agents have who has access to what, right? There is a fundamental behind that. So building an NHI solution, having the workflow management, having an agent connect to ServiceNow or Workday or Salesforce to kind of do the things what human used to do in the previous time, but now it's going to be all taken over by agents. So things has rapidly changed. I was sitting with a CISO last night, and we were talking the same thing. I'm like, what product do you have? He said, Amit, it doesn't matter because now it's all taken over by NHI and AI and those stuff. So things are changing, and then how you're going to have that workflow add up to your environment where who has access to what is controlled and implemented correctly is going to be the key.
I'm curious, especially with that, using that conversation as an example, are the CISOs still struggling just to figure out the who did what in the sense of after the fact, oh, the agent did this, at least we have our incident response team respond and look out and figure out that was good or that was bad? Or are they even at the point where they can be preventative and saying the agent shouldn't be allowed to do this and we have some way of enforcing that so it won't happen?
Preventative, use a very good word, right? It's important to understand how these agents are going to be controlled. Now, when we used to do an identity assessment, right, they used to do a roadmap saying, here's the roadmap, 3 to 5 years. Here is what you're going to do as a team. Because of the problems you had, you created a solution, and then on basis of that, you have a roadmap. In AI agent world, you cannot have that roadmap. The CISO, the biggest dilemma, like you asked me the question, the problem is they don't know what they're going to do in the next 6 months.
That's crazy.
So the NHI assessments, continuously holding each other's hand. We have to kind of, it's like COVID, right? We didn't know what's going to happen next. Same thing with AI, agentic AI. The world has changed. It's a pandemic. It was pandemic. Now this is AI endemic, whatever that is, you call it. But you cannot predict what is going to happen in the next 6 months. That's the dilemma all the C-level executives are facing today. And that's where I think we as IDM Express want to come and help and see how we can change this world holding each other's hands.
Yeah. Now, I imagine, at least I want to hope, and here I'm attempting to be optimistic, that even though I totally agree, we can't predict in the next 6 months this is what the roadmap should be for the agents or what's changing here, but I would hope that there's still some basics that any CISO can be doing. You mentioned, for example, like just discovery, call it an asset inventory or identity inventory. Is there another 1 or 2 things that are still the fundamentals that should be in place to help now the governance of AI go more quickly or more smoothly, or that can just happen in the first place?
Well, it's a very good question and not an easy question to answer. But I think it's important to take a back step and say, okay, let's look at it from the holistic view, what these agents are going to do. So before you even implement them, right? For example, you take a vaccine if you're going out of states, and it's the same way, like take a back step, find out what needs to be done, like how you're going to prevent if something happens, be prepared for it. So the preparedness is important. When you predict things will not happen, I don't think you cannot hope, right? You have to prepare. And once you prepare, then you are ready for the changes that are coming. Maybe you're not 100% prepared, but be prepared like 70, 80%. That will at least, hold you at that time that, okay, I was prepared for it. Maybe I didn't expect this 100%, but I can handle 80% of it. So the world is changing, and the preparedness is going to be important.
And I would think that's part of the story of governance. Governance is, this is how we're going to prepare for how things should be. And there may be a gap, small or large, between how things really are. But let's go back to that 15 years. If a company had good governance, how difficult is it then to turn that good governance to pull in these NHI, these non-human identities of agents and AI?
See, ultimately, humans created AI agents, right? And at the end of the day, if you have a governance body who was responsible for identity in general, whether human or non-human, and they are able to put in the process in order to, before you implement anything, if you have the process in place for a specific functionality, and then you can also, like you said, what else we can do? Go feature by feature. Don't try to boil the ocean, right? Go step by step. Once you go step by step, you will be able to figure out that, okay, at this step, this agent will act in this way, and they are going to control in that sense. And I think it can be, those challenges can be solved.
So let's imagine tonight you're having another conversation, this time with a CISO, very new, very fresh. They're trying to figure out where to start. And what do I do? Is going to be the question they ask. What's your answer to help them get started here?
I think same thing I said earlier.
Okay.
Just be prepared. Take a back step. And take a step back and find out what you did wrong. Or what the process has been so far. What are you going to do in next 3 months, at least from the process perspective. And then, before implementing, make sure that you are able to predict what those agents have done. Do a good POC.
Okay.
Do a good POC. Once you do a good POC, I think you're prepared for what's coming for you next.
Yeah, and now we were already talking just a few minutes ago about the difficulty of predicting that 3 to 5 year roadmap, 6-month roadmap. Good luck. But there's got to at least be something that you've probably seen people underestimate or make mistakes about. What's a good mistake? What's some advice you would offer up to avoid that underestimating or that mistake that people have been doing recently?
I think what happened is the mistake that people did. I would say everybody started adopting or buying a Claude subscription, for example, or OpenAI or Copilot, whatever that service could be. Nobody predicted that these prompts will cause so much expense, which was out of control, right? Yeah. So for example, out of 100, if 60% was your AI budget, you still overspend by another 20 to 30%. So that's what painful. Left with IT is 10%. You have to work only with 10%. So that was not expected. So did you keep enough buffer? Was your buffer more than 100%? Did you add that additional 20% on your buffer in order to kind of say, okay, I don't know what's coming. I am prepared for additional 20%. Maybe I can use in this way or that way. And maybe they could have prepared that way. Maybe going forward, if anybody is starting their journey, start from fresh, they have to keep that buffer of additional 20 to 30% budget so that if something goes wrong, they can use that. If somebody loves a Claude or agentic AI subscription and they keep putting the prompts, they're going to be charged with heavy bills.
But I love that example because so much of cybersecurity boils down to risk management, which easily translates into where are you spending that money, because that's where you're either preventing, hopefully, or you're seeing the losses. Paying attention to that token spend or how that is happening with agents
is going to be important. And I think the important part that everybody is going to see is there's a lot of consolidation going to happen. I think I am seeing a lot of consolidation coming, even in NHI space. The products which are new are going to be challenged with another newer products, and that will ask for consolidation. And we are going to kind of see the world where people are not prepared for what is coming.
No. Yeah, I'm curious to see when you hit year 16 next year of Identiverse is probably going to be a completely different conversation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for all the questions, and I look forward to solving the agentic AI problems for the world.
No, thank you. I know everybody has limited budgets of time especially, so thank you for spending the time with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
To learn more about IDM Express, visit securityweekly.com/IDMIDV. For all of our Identiverse 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/IDV. Stick around now. We're going to be right back after this break. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Amir Ofek, CEO and co-founder at Azome. Amir, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to start off there's more important things to talk about, but Azome, tell me a little bit about this title.
Everybody asks us about
Yes.
our name. So Azome actually comes from the Japanese culture. So in Japan there's like top arts like pottery, calligraphy, knife making. One of them is weaving. And the process of dyeing the indigo color that a lot of Americans refer to as Japanese blue is actually called Azome, or in Japanese it's pronounced Azome, which would be hard for others to pronounce. So Azome is really the process of dyeing the indigo color. It's a very, very laborious process. There's 48 different shades of indigo, and you need to keep doing it. And it's all kind of a living organism of no chemicals, of course. It's all natural with a lot of enzymes and sake and everything involved. And then at the end of the day, what you get is this kind of shades of indigo, which is in Japanese culture is used for the samurais as an auspicious protection on their clothes. And that's kind of what we are doing. We're all about kind of weaving the process of AI agent security so that at the end of the day, it can provide security for those crazy samurais, which are the AI agents that are running around. They can do a lot of harm, but if they're confined and they're kind of in order, they actually bring a lot of good to society.
And the metaphor works especially for the laborious process.
Yes.
So decades and decades of cybersecurity is struggling to keep up with what's changing in technology. And the other thing that you've done this week is you're launching. You're very, very new. Tell us a little bit about this.
So we're very excited to be here in Identiverse and launching the Azome platform. We are an AI native company, so we move at the speed of AI. I keep telling everyone it's not a question of how many employees we have, it's how many agents that are working with us. And we have just deployed our Azome platform. The Azome platform is all about making AI agents accountable. Going back to this samurai analogy, making sure that those samurais are in order, that they're actually bringing value to the business. And where we focus on is really enterprise AI agents. So enterprise AI agents are type of agents that are driving business logic, as opposed to, let's say, coding agents or kind of bots, etc. And those, I believe, are the future of the agentic world. Agents that will drive HR processes, finance processes, warehousing processes, all of those kind of enterprise-grade workflows and activities. And what we want to make sure is that organizations can enable them, so can unlock the value of agents to the greatest extent possible, but also have a layer of safety, which in our mind needs to be an identity-first and intent-based approach.
Yeah, and the beginning and the end of that got my attention quite a bit because the safety is important, and especially the business logic, because coming from my perspective has been geared more towards, let's say, applications and the coding agents, writing the code, and there's still safety is important, but ostensibly you can look at the code before it goes to production and say, oh, let's not let this out. But an agent in charge of business logic making the decision, lots of bad things can go wrong there that are consequential and cost the company money. That sounds too scary. Tell me a little bit more. Like how are CISOs especially reacting to this?
So enterprise agents are far more powerful to the business. They bring business impact, but they're far more, in my mind, dangerous than a coding agent. So you said rightfully, like a coding agent, the developer owns it. The developer is a savvy person that you would wish that understand like how the agent is built, what it's supposed to do to some good extent. When it comes to enterprise AI agents, we believe the world is going to a place where every employee within the company will be an agent creator. Now with Claude Cowork, with a kind of concept like NemoClaw, or Microsoft just kind of launched within their A365, Agent 365, their version of OpenClaw version. Every person will be able to build his or her own agent. And then you drive to areas where people are not always tech savvy. They don't know always what the agent can potentially be doing, etc. So it's becoming a much more dangerous from that perspective aspect. And also those agents are touching really core enterprise systems, like your HR system, your ERP, your CRM, your ledger account, and so on. So CISOs are actually very much in kind of a mind-boggling situation of how do we, on one hand, give to the pressure of the business to allow those agents to actually be deployed because the business needs them, and on the other hand, how we keep control. Our philosophy is that you need to treat them like other employees in the company. So yeah, they're non-human, but they are different type of non-human because they could be also superhuman. They actually carrying a lot of capabilities that a human person cannot do at much faster speed and so on. And you need to give them the identity same way as you give an identity to a human being joining the company. So the whole kind of JML approach that's applicable for humans, in my mind also is applicable very much to agents, but it needs to be adopted.
And there's got to be some nuances in there. The reason I'm hesitating there is that identity, you mentioned accountability, very important at the beginning, but what you were just describing too sounds like it's not necessarily a one-to-one mapping of one human employee creates one agent, and maybe my employee access isn't the same as the access given to the agent. That sounds kind of hard to swallow from an accountability perspective as well. How are you seeing that unwind? How are you trying to corral that and contain that?
So yeah, you touch exactly the point. Like agents do not behave like on a one-to-one basis. So the moment there's, let's say, an HR agent or a finance agent, there's multiple people that can actually use that agent.
Yeah.
The real combination of the user with the agent, with the target system, that three-layer combination, that's what builds the context of the identity that needs to be assigned to that agent in that specific context. Of, let's say, person A gets agent versus person B gets that agent, the agent will not be able to expose the same information because each one of them has different permission, and the agent gets like a different identity for that specific context. Okay, so that's how we look at it.
Yeah, and it almost sounds like hybrid identity. It almost sounds like that's what's evolving here from machine to service to non-human to hybrid. Tell us what this,
it is really a hybrid identity. It's not a kind of proper human identity, and it's definitely not what the industry calls today NHI, non-human identity, even though agents are non-human, because non-human identities are more gearing towards machine, towards deterministic approach. They don't have this combination of user and agent like we spoke about. And of course, with the human part, it's much easier. They're very kind of assigned to a specific person with a specific role, and that's it. With agents, the combination first is really what matters, the context that the agent is running with. But even more so, those hybrid identities, what they need to be addressed with is the intent layer. And we can double down into that as well. But I think intent is really kind of the next level of what makes those identity agents much, much, much different.
And that's where, let's definitely jump onto that, because intent, I hear that, I think this is what the agent was supposed to do, or here is the access that it needed within the world of actions that we expect it to take, but that still feels fuzzy. That still feels like I want to have some policy that I can say exactly, this should happen, this should never happen. You're smiling. Help me out here. This is worrisome.
So why intent is so important for agents is because agents change over time. So an agent that you build 8 a.m. in the morning, not necessarily is doing the same task 8 p.m. in the evening. 8 a.m. in the morning, you build an invoice reconciliation agent that is accessing your finance systems, your SAP, your ledger account, and so on. Driving invoices. 8 p.m., all of a sudden, that agent is trying to access your HR salary data within the company. That was not the intention of that agent. So you need to know about it. You need to know about before it accesses that data. Just the initial intent of the agent to try and get some permission for Workday or for some HR system, that already should trigger some kind of intent drift alert. And the other aspect is that the intent can change very, very quickly over time. But how do you know the original intent? That actually is fairly easy with agents. Unlike human beings, that the intent is in their brains, and I don't know of anyone that knows how to read minds yet.
Not yet.
But with agents, the intent is in the prompt. So you can actually read the prompt of the agent. I would like to find all of the invoices that have not reconciled in the last 30 days and ship it to my HR, to my
Sounds
PA,
a very
etc.
business workflow.
Exactly. You can read into that prompt and understand what's the intent of the agent. So then you can monitor that and see that constantly the agent is doing things that are aligned with that original intent. And that's kind of the unique, I'm trying to kind of explain it in a simple way, but the
course.
complexity is in the back. The complexity is really in underlying the intent from the prompt and really constantly monitoring so that you can highlight any drifts early on.
And that's where my threat modeling spidey sense is starting to tingle in the sense of reading the invoices. Just to riff on that as a good example, there's also the subtleties of the intent it should only be allowed to read invoices. Good, but you start to get into the granularity of it should only read invoices for this tenant or this user. It shouldn't give this user's data to this other user, right? Mm-hmm. So how does that become a very predictable control that you can enforce? Does that still rely on the agents? What's the story there?
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, it's the identity. Okay. Each agent is assigned, like in the ASOM concept, each agent is assigned an identity.
Okay.
And you need to see that the identity is still holds, for every action that the agent takes. The complexity is driven again when the identity is not just the only element, but the intent couples with that. Okay. And the other aspect maybe that you alluded to is the fact that the agent can talk to another agent and start kind of a chain of events that you were not thinking, or call for a skill that was not the original kind of part of the development of the agent. So all of those chain of events that agents can trigger, you need to make sure that the identity somehow cascades from the original invoker of the agent that was invoking that chain.
That constrained
exactly, all the way down the chain. And that's, of course, something that is very, very different from like a human identity or from a machine identity.
And then it absolutely is different, but ultimately it's still humans trying to reason through and understand that. So what does it look like that, well, I'm going to wave a magic wand, because I don't think any organization has, quote unquote, solved agent security or agentic security.
I haven't seen anyone.
No. But if they were to get close, if they were at the further, more mature end of that scale, what should or what could that look like?
So I believe organizations at the end of the day that wants to address AI agent security to the furthest extent, they need to have a few layers. First layer is discovery. You need to know what you're up against, otherwise you're in the dark.
Very common theme. Yeah.
So like putting the lights on is this discovery piece of finding all of the AI agents that exist in the organization. That's the first piece. The moment you did that, you need to build an inventory of all of your AI agents. You need to have a repository of all of the AI agents to know what it is you're now going to constantly monitor. And by the way, that discovery is not a one-off. It's a continuous aspect. So you don't build AI agents and done deal with that. It's going to be ever evolving. The second piece is this applying identity concept. So once you have that repository of AI agents, each AI agent that you care about needs to get an identity. Same as birthright rules for employees that are joining the company. Those are new employees that are joining your workforce. And that's how you need to treat them. Third aspect is the analogy to humans is the M for the JML, the mover. That's kind of where the intent comes into place. Because those agents, they change behavior, they change activity, they change intent very, very quickly and continuously. And that's what you need to monitor on that M part. And the last piece, you need to make sure that when those agents are no longer relevant or nobody owns them, you need to assign the ownership to somebody else or deprecate them. And that's kind of the L part that is associated with humans.
Yes, that offboarding is, there's technical debt, and then there's how did this account still have access?
Exactly.
And that's a classic problem that would be lovely not to reproduce in the world of NHI or hybrid or whatever the agents are going to be.
Correct.
Well, Amir, we're in Vegas, so I'm going to give you some time to go find, you might be able to find a mentalist or a mind reader, we'll see.
Maybe.
But until then, thank you for joining us. Appreciate
Thank you very much.
much.
I love the conversation.
To learn more about IZOM, please visit securityweekly.com/IZOMIDV. For all of our Identiverse 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, visit securityweekly.com/IDV. Stick around, because we will be back after the break. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Ajay Gupta, President and CEO at SDG. Ajay, thanks for being here.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mike.
So one of the things I'd love to get a chance to talk to you about is a little bit of, let's say, economics or just the value of platforms. Now that's pretty generic, but identity platforms have been around for several decades. And even before we get into AI and agents, how do people continue to struggle, or why do they continue to struggle to get the full value out of a solution that they buy, when identity platforms are one of those solutions that pretty much everybody has?
Right. Well, I mean, identity platforms have been around for a long time.
Yeah.
And, when they first started, they were really around access provisioning, authentication, compliance. So largely, in some cases, even a back office, administrative, and governance platform. But the challenge is that identity platforms touch every aspect of the business, and they impact every process. So unless the organizations give it the sort of the full scope of and attention that it deserves, they never get implemented fully for them to realize the value. So part of it is that it's a complex problem to solve. Part of it is that it's the payback is not very obvious.
When it doesn't work, it's obvious. I'm
it is
sure,
obvious,
but
of course.
Payback, yeah.
It was the old saying, right? Nobody thanks the building when they flip the switch and the lights come on, but people do complain about it when the lights don't come on.
Yeah. And now, in these days, if we, in addition to people complaining, we could get AI and agents complaining. I'd be a little bit facetious, but to your point about the history, there's on-prem platforms, right? Then cloud, that added complexity. AI and agents have some complexity to them. They're obviously adding something to that, but how are they changing either the attacker side, the threats that we have to worry about, or just how should that platform be wrangling? Are these just additional identities, or are they something new and different?
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, it is, on the one hand, AI is enabling the attackers to scale up their attacks, exploit vulnerabilities a lot faster. But on the other two sides, the way we look at it is AI for identity and identity for AI.
Okay.
So where identity platforms can leverage AI is to automate and actually solve a lot of the challenges of the old IAM platforms, which are largely dependent on manual processes, had a lot of disconnected apps. So combining all of that, there's poor visibility to identity data. Now AI can help transcend that. But as businesses are deploying AI, that's creating additional challenges for the identity security team, because these agents are acting on behalf of users in the business, and they have access to sometimes very sensitive corporate data, and they are executing processes or triggering workflows that do things that, if they're not audited or controlled, or somebody's not held accountable for them, that can run amok. So identity for AI and AI for identity both have to work hand in hand.
Yeah, that run amok is a great phrase to use, because that's one of the big worries, especially when you could have one employee not just have one agent working on their behalf, could have a whole multitude of them. And I'm curious too, and there's a theme that comes to my mind. I'm well fed after lunch, I'm thinking of money right now. I'm going to jokingly say there's no a per seat license for agents. Has to be crazy if you're thinking of 1,000 agents and one employee. But the reason I bring that up is more of companies want to figure out how do they get the value out of their platforms,
right,
and how they spend the money, spend their budget on the right ways to control and audit, to govern these things. I wanted to get your insight, looking over the decades of how the industry is changing. Are people getting smarter about spending, or the solutions getting better about offering more efficient, being more efficient?
Well, I think the fundamental problem really hasn't changed. Businesses still want to move faster than technology or cybersecurity can sometimes keep up. So the goal of cyber organizations is not to say no, it's to figure out how to enable the business securely and safely. So it's about deploying these solutions. So really, when I sort of step back, the way I see it is It's a convergence of identity security, which is sort of the core discipline, AI security, because now there are AI agents running around, and then AI governance. How do you govern this entire platform? And that is where organizations need to spend a lot of focus. And the challenge, as I said, is still the same. Disconnected tools, poor identity, visibility to identity data, a lot of manual processes. So the solution sometimes is not just buying another identity tool. So coming back to your point about economics, it's not just spending more money, buying more product. Sometimes that may be the right answer given where the particular organization is, but it's really about connecting all of these disparate systems and get a single pane of glass view of what's actually going on, what's happening within the organization, and how they can address that risk.
And that's got to lead exactly into governance that you mentioned. You need to know, we know who our employees are because they got hired, HR has records on them. Agents, true, and sometimes they may be coming from North Korea or these other things.
They may not be who this claim they are.
Yeah, exactly. But at least that's, I'll say at least that's constrained to a degree. You know that in the physical space of where all these humans are, they're getting hired. Agents is definitely different, and agents also can't necessarily say, at least to be trusted, hey, I need access to this and this and this, just give it to me. There's a little bit of the accountability. So I'm curious, how do you actually add governance to agents? Who is that person that should be accountable for
so them? So every agent has to have a human owner, number one. And that human ultimately is responsible for the actions of the agents that are assigned to that human, that they own, essentially. And so the ability to audit, the ability to hold an agent accountable, ergo the human accountable for the agent's actions, is very critical.
Yeah, and that's got to lead into, as I mentioned too, malicious insiders being hired, but also agents could be acting as malicious insiders through prompt injections, somebody downloads a malicious skill. But I mentioned those because I think they have corollaries to malicious insiders from a decade ago or just downloading malware. And what I'm getting at, as you see, has governance changed that much? Meaning, if someone 10 years ago was dealing with governance in the cloud and shadow cloud, things like that, what are the differences that they need to understand about AI, or what's a mistake that they should avoid making when they're like, what is this AI that we have to deal with?
Well, I mean, the first thing is that agents are moving at machine speed, right? So in say a decade ago or 15 years ago, the time between detecting a vulnerability and the exploitation of the vulnerability was quite wide, which we call sort of the aperture of exposure. And that was wide. Today, that has shrunk to a few hours, maybe a few minutes in some cases. And so the ability from a governance standpoint to automate governance and to ensure treating agents just like today we should treat humans, which is give them least privileges, just-in-time privileges, and short-lived privileges, so they get the privilege that they need to do the task at hand, and that privilege then should be taken away so that agent cannot run amok with that privilege.
And part of my background is a bit more on just application security. I think of the ways that systems are going to be compromised, but a lot of times it's not just because a vuln exists and it's exploited, but then credentials are obtained, because it's so much easier to have access into a network with valid credentials rather than relying on somebody downloading some, an NPM, some package that has a vuln in it. And where I'm going with that is then, do you have AI on the defender side? We've been talking about the machine speed, the scale there. Is AI helping at least address the problem in a way, or how does AI on Defender work with that governance aspect?
Yeah, so another aspect of leveraging AI for governance is detecting anomalous behavior. Right, so integrating ITDR or detection and response along with identity security. So understanding what a particular credential is expected to do, what data that they might have access to, and what is the risk created for the organization with that agent or with that human accessing that data. So I think anything that the common sense approaches that apply to human identity security still apply to AI identity security, but at a much faster pace at a much higher scale.
Yeah, and part of that, I'm curious, have you seen either CISOs or just from directly your direct experience too, the idea of the governance, I don't want to mischaracterize it too much as an after the fact type of exercise. Here's an agent or a human that did something, should they have done it? And the reason, but damage has been done. Is there an element there that becomes more preventative? Is AI helping to actually say, this is a just-in-time credential and it's ended? That's a good thing. I like that. Is the story with that kind of credential becoming better now with AI?
It's just becoming faster, and then the power of AI is processing data. And in the space of cybersecurity, there's tons of data that's generated every second with the traffic. So the ability to detect patterns and good patterns versus risky patterns, and then making those decisions faster is where you can derive that benefit.
And that's got to be the appealing then for a CISO, because their question is, as you say, machine speed. That's a term we're going to hear a lot more of that this week, I'm sure too. They still need to be informed about decisions. So I'm trying to frame this question as, we can't give the CISO or that, whoever's in charge there, machine speed data at machine volume, because you're just going to overwhelm them. So what does it look like first for one of these identity platforms to give them the helpful signals?
I'm not sure.
I'm trying to think of just basically it's that idea of going back to value. So you were very rightly, I think, pointing out, here's anomalous behavior. That's something that's helpful. What is something else that can lean more towards, here is what the platform provides in the sense of discovery, identity, or inventory.
Discovery, ownership, and then governance.
And then governance.
Yeah. I mean, those are sort of key tenets. And then, within that, of course, there's, AI-enabled processes to speed that up. But it's not an easy task. There's no easy button in identity security, unfortunately.
No. And I wonder too, then, if you were to maybe fast forward just even 6 months from now, somebody is starting off with, let's say they had a decent story with their cloud environment, their services, their service identity, machine identity. What would you hope to see as they're describing how they've approached agents? What are they doing that would give you confidence that, you understood the problem and they're addressing it in an effective way?
Well, I mean, if they had a good story with machine identities and API security, so essentially other forms of non-human identities, then they're pretty well positioned to tackle the agentic onslaught, if you will. But it really, I think, having that awareness and I guess humility to know that this is a huge risk to the organization, and this is going to create the kind of challenges that most organizations have not dealt with in the past. And approaching this with that sort of pragmatic view, I think, is really critical.
I'm curious, do you think on the one hand, you mentioned before too that the enterprise is moving ahead. Don't say no, tell us how to enable security here. And they're ostensibly doing this because they see benefits to the business. Have you seen those benefits show up in the security side as well, or is security just still following through and saying, AI is helping the business, but AI hasn't really helped us yet?
No, we're seeing that in helping security as well. I mean, especially in the SOC, I think AI is helping most security operations centers, and even within the identity security ecosystem, just helping with MFA fatigue, phishing-resistant authentication. You're seeing a lot of interesting solutions in the market, and with a easier path to deployment and realizing value to solve those sort of challenges. I think the biggest challenge is there are a lot of fragmented solutions, a lot of tools. So the trick, again, I go back to, is really from a for the organization to realize full value is to create what we call an identity security operating model. and be able to connect all these various applications and get the full visibility to what a CISO really requires.
No, I think that's a great message to end on. Just defrag and have a visibility to all of the agents, non-human identities, and people as is. So I want to say thank you for that message, Ajay. I appreciate that.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
To learn more about SDG, visit securityweekly.com/SDGIDV. For all of our Identiverse 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/IDV, and stick around. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Itamar Appelblatt, co-founder and CEO at Token Security. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Thanks, and thanks for pronouncing my name exactly how it sounds. So that's great.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure I get that right.
Awesome.
So one of the things I want to get exactly right, let's see if I can do 2 for 2, is secure all my agents. How do I do that? Easy question right off the top.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the main conversation of today's conference, right?
It's the entire theme. Everybody's having
everybody's
this.
speaking
Yes.
about AI and AI security. I think that there's a program that you need to build around agent security, but it's always need to start with inventorying your AI agents, treating them a bit differently than classic identities. I think that that's a fundamental change that you have to do.
Tell me a little bit more about that, because everybody's inventoried their machine identities, their service identities.
Ownership,
But why are agents different?
Yeah, so agents pursue a goal. They are a bit of a combination of humans and machines, where humans they are in a small scale but are unpredictable in some ways, going against some, against some objectives. And then you have machines that are doing things in a much larger scale but are super predictable. They are deterministic. Do this. And AI agents is a mix of both. They'll pursue a goal, but in a much larger scale, continuously do so. So we need to think about them a bit differently and not just try to fit them into the existing characteristics of our human programs or our machine programs.
And part of that then makes me, the other hard part of that is, what does least privilege mean for an agent? Because that's a classic identity challenge, but now is there hybrid, like mostly least privilege, least and most privilege? Do we have to make up a term?
Yeah, look, when we started, when we thought about this privilege, we said, okay, easy. Let's look at the past and try to predict the future. Let's look at what the identity we're doing in the past 2 years, this service account, and say, okay, did A, B, and C, so let's restrict it by that. But it's not working anymore. So forget about that. Static least privilege will never work for AI agents. So how do you do that? You need to look at the goal of the agent, and then scope the permissions based on that. And the least privilege mechanism should also be moving to more dynamic and real time, right? So for every action, we want to validate, hey, is this action, is this behavior is aligned with the intent of the agent, with the purpose of what we're trying to achieve with this agent. So that's the transformation.
And so, and to kind of, to translate, I'm translating in my head a little bit, that sort of means that this agent, yes, maybe it needs to push to production, but it doesn't need to always push to production, only when a build has successfully completed, and only this particular type of build. It doesn't need to press everything, right?
Exactly. Even production is a very large scope, right? So
good point.
What it needs to push, let's scope it by that, right? Like it needs to update those 3 resources. All right, so let's focus on that and not like allowing them to be an admin in the production environment.
Yes,
right?
or don't be an admin and don't be one prompt injection attack away from. Here's everything goes away. That's terrible.
Yes, that's true.
So we've jumped into. I love how this story is going, and you answered that question of the nuance. I want to roll back because you were also talking about the like discovery and inventory. Okay, we've had the cloud before, and we've had shadow IT, shadow cloud. I think you know where this is going. Shadow AI.
Yes.
Everything is a shadow these days.
Yes.
Obviously, that's a problem. So how do you? I don't know that we've solved shadow cloud even or shadow IT. So how are we going to solve shadow AI? What's the story here?
Yeah, I think that, at least the way that we think about it is that AI agents could be deployed in 3 different types. You have agents that are running locally in your employee's computer, usually for personal, individual efficiency and improvements. Then you have agents that are in different managed SaaS applications like Copilot or OpenAI, and then you have agents running in production. You want to think about how to discover those 3 types of agents and create some type of visibility for each one of those layers, and also understand what's the risk model that you care about, where do you see larger deployment, and focus on those different ecosystems.
Yeah, and that's got to be, I think, I like how you group that into 3 different areas because I have no data on this, but who cares? We're in a world where people don't need data to make decisions or broad claims. I'll say that those personal agents, like on my system, like answering email, writing email, those are probably a lot easier to be ungoverned, those shadow AI, because I could get the free access to that chat, or I could just pay with my own credit card. What happens? I guess a 2-part question. How do you even find those? And that when happens, how does the security team figure out how to control that without just saying, no, stop, we're shutting everything down?
Yeah. So by the way, we did a research not too long ago, like 2 months ago.
This is
and
good.
we do have data. So 82% of CISOs share that they found an unsanctioned AI agent, they discovered shadow AI, although they have some programs to control and to inventory those agents. So yes,
even with that inventory, they're still finding. Wow.
Yes. Okay. And that's why I think that. So for local agents, so let's say that I'm having Cloud Code. It's being installed in my computer. So the only way to give visibility for that is looking into the local endpoint and monitor the processes, activities, and also EDR interactions and file system in order to map those local agents, so OpenCloud, Cloud Code, Coworld. Then what you want to do is give it a bit more of a context, because an agent without access, it's redundant. It's not giving any value, right? But it's also as I give it more risk, as I give it more access, it has higher risk. Same with autonomy. So for each agent, we want to create this model about what access does it has, which identities it's leveraging in the target applications in your environment.
So with that then, and I love that answer because I want to get into some details too. Let's say I'm going to riff a little bit on the cloud.
Yeah.
We've got an organization has their IAM tools, their PAM tools. They figured out how to do the cloud services, the cloud identities, and the cloud service providers, they want to know how to bill you for every single identity spin up. So inventory is perhaps a little bit easier. The AI companies want to bill you for every token you spend, but that's a little bit different from identity. So do those tools, those cloud-oriented tools, are they translating into AI as well, or what's something that the tools are missing that what you're describing is really necessary?
Yeah. I think that most identity tools and most of the identity vendors here started from a specific problem, which was human-centric. So focusing on human access.
Understandable.
Right? Because that's, in the past 20 years was top on mind. But as identities became more decentralized, so there's no one place, single pane of glass, one place to see all of your identities, one place of control, then things became more complicated. I think that those solutions, the classic IGA and PAM, actually didn't scale even to the explosion of identities in cloud. So for sure they are not gonna support agents explosion. So that each employee has thousands or hundreds of different agents that they're leveraging. So I don't think it's scale at all because of the fundamental approach where is my source of truth? Is it in a singular place, IDP, or is it being decentralized across all those different applications?
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of a hand-wavy math game here, because I'm going to say volume. It's the complexity or the difficulty. What I'm hearing is not just that it's a numbers game, because we used to have 1,000 humans. Now we have 1,000 humans each with 1,000 agents. It's 10,000 or whatever. It's those agents figuring out what their scope is, what their privileges is. So how does a human manage that? How does it play that? That's painful. Otherwise, you're just going to hit the approve. Why not?
Exactly.
But that's bad. There's got to be a better story. Help me with story time here.
I think that you have to define, even before bringing vendors or trying to do things in scale, you have to define what agents should do and what an agent shouldn't do, and create some type of policies around it, but then think about how to enforce those in scale. I think that the fundamental thing that is really shifting here is the scale and the decentralization. So we need, with such a large scale, we need to have automations. We cannot do a manual reviews and access reviews and things like that. A lot of the things we need to think from the beginning about how should we manage the processes, the governance and controls for much larger scale identities. Yeah.
Now, that's interesting. I'm curious, especially the idea of decentralization. It makes sense to me as I hear you describe that. But I imagine that must be a tough sell, or that's got to be bringing a CISO around from my single pane of glass, to use the cliche, or here's the central point where I can know all of my policy comes from. How do you get that to resonate with them, that the controls still work, the mindset just needs to change a bit?
Yeah, I think that just asking them how agents are being deployed today in the organizations makes them start to think about, okay, wait, I cannot just look in Okta and ask, hey, show me all of my agents, because they're managed in so many different places. So I actually think that in terms of education, it's not so complex. Also because every SaaS vendor in today's world is having some of the AI story themselves, so they have their own agent suite.
That's very true.
So so they just need to think about, okay, I had Shadow SaaS, Shadow IT in the past 20 years. It's because of this decentralization, right?
Yeah, and I'm curious then too, as you see, what do you often point to as a success story, or let's say an indicator of success when an organization is able to follow the advice that you're giving now? What does that outcome look like?
Yeah, so it starts with, I know about all of my agents, and then I start to have a life cycle management processes that are continuously and automatically, right? So right now, a lot of CEOs and CIOs are pushing AI. So what you see is a lot of those experiments. So how do I deactivate a dormant agent? How do I just find accountable, least privilege that we talked about, all those processes, but in a much more continuously and automated fashion, and not just like knowing about this list of endless problems that I'm not going to solve by myself.
Yeah, and I'm smiling because I'm thinking of, from an application security perspective, often dealing with tech debt or legacy systems or old systems that who knows where the original developers were. And you're describing this life cycle of agents. Have you encountered agent debt so far, or organizations where these agents are running, but the employee has left, but the agent didn't get spun down?
Yeah. Agent created by an off-boarded employee is a phenomena, and we see it quite often.
That's so scary.
Also, agents are using old school authentication mechanism. We actually saw an interesting phenomena. We saw that because of the agents' adoptions and a lot of them running locally in employees' computer, we found a lot more of secrets, exposed secrets, credentials that are just being stored, plain text in the endpoint, which was something that we thought is shrinking over time because of vaults and other things, is now actually expanding. So that's an interesting phenomenon.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that's scary, because I would have hoped that we've gone to the protecting our secrets management, but...
history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, right?
It rhymes,
so,
right? Yeah. What rhymes is my password is. Yeah, I try to think of that. Well, if history were to repeat, let's say next year, next Identiverse, is there something that you would hope to see that most organizations have matured in some way, or at least something that they're understanding about agents much better?
Yeah, I think that a year ago, when we spoke about AI security and agent security, a lot of the mindset was protecting the AI from what it says, right? So policing the prompts, what the AI can reply, what the AI cannot say. I think that next year, I hope that people will start to think more about what the AI can do and not what it says, because we are using the frontier labs models, and this is their job also to improve the response of those models. So we need to focus as an identity folks more about what the agents can do and how to guardrail that.
Yeah, I love that, because it's what the agents do, that's where the risk comes from, that's where the consequences come from. And that's what, on the security side, we hope to avoid.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm glad I didn't avoid this conversation. This was very fun. Thank you, Tamar.
Thank you so much.
If you'd like to learn more about token security, visit securityweekly.com/tokenIDV. And for all of our Identiverse 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/IDV. Stick around, please, because we'll be right back after the break. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Neha Degal, Chief Product Officer at P0 Security. Neha, thanks for being here.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here, talk to you.
I hope you're still excited because we're going to have to talk about agents. We're going to have to talk about problems we've had for 20 years.
No, what are agents?
I know, I'm sorry, but let me see if I can frame it this way to kick things off.
Sure.
A lot of the conversations are about the agent's gone rogue. Here's a prompt injection, here's a malicious skill. But that's not necessarily just a prompt injection itself, isn't the real problem, or at least I don't think it is. I think you've got a very more nuanced aspect here to tell us about.
Yeah, I mean, everyone loves to talk about rogue agents and everybody likes to talk about, how in multiple different ways agent can take malicious actions.
Right.
But I think from my perspective, from what I'm looking at it as I speak to customers, as I talk to folks that are actually deploying agents into production or even following the news, it's not the rogue agents that, yes, they should be a part of your worry, but in most of the cases, what you're actually seeing is agents just trying to do their job, and inadvertently, because of the way they are given permissions to do their job, they'll try and break every barrier to ensure they get their job done. So whether, again, privilege abuse, agents don't have a conscience, so they can't sit and sort of evaluate what that looks like. So in my opinion, I say, yes, worry about your rogue agents, but worry about your naive agents that can actually inadvertently cause massive destruction. If you follow the news, in the last few months, we've heard about Pocket OS, where again, the whole database was dropped along with replicas. Happened previously with, other companies as well. And in each of these cases, it wasn't a malicious agent. It was just an agent trying to do its job, was over permission, and did everything in its power to go fix the problem. And that, again, led to massive data loss. So when you're thinking about these agents, yes, rogue agents, but think more broadly beyond what agents can do. And again, what they should be allowed to do.
And I love that framing because it highlights what's so important. The question isn't like point and laugh, oh, look, it deleted a database. What prompted it to do that? It's more of why did it have the permissions to delete the database in the first place?
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's but that feels like, this is not because you said it, but that feels like such a boring story. It's hard to convince security folks that do that. So yeah, help me make that story more interesting. Is there a way to do that?
I mean, I think inherently humans are attracted to the oohs, ahs, and that's why I think the rogue agent stuff gets. But it's all these mundane sort of things in life that you need to care about more, and in the case of agents as well, because the risk that these pose to your organization are way more massive, and again, it's something that can happen to anybody at any time. So, again, thinking about some of these things is important, might be boring, but that's life, you got to think of these things, and in a lot of these cases, a lot more important because the consequences are massive.
Yes, and I'll argue, only half jokingly, a boring day for the incident response team is probably a good day because you did the right thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I don't think cybersecurity would have too many problems embracing boring.
Yeah.
But to get to that boring, to belabor that topic a little bit, so there's that extreme case that's fun. That rogue agent, delete the database, that's bad. There are still organizations that are rolling out agents and trying to figure out how to do this right. But I suspect that there's humans in the loop, to use that phrase, approve this, or they should do this. How do you get beyond, or how does an organization get beyond approvals for agent actions without burning someone out or boring someone to death, just hitting yes, this is okay?
I mean, human approvals for regular for agent actions, for things the agent's supposed to do anyways, I think it's a no-go from the get-go.
Why bother?
Because that just slows down what agents are supposed to do. You're bringing in agents to improve the productivity, in some cases increase velocity, and doing something like that may sort of hamper the speed. And you would probably see pushback from folks that are actually developing agents say, hey, I do not want that. So I think security teams have to be thinking about how can they bring in guardrails in place, the right guardrails in place, so you're not slowing down productivity of your organization, but still have so human in the loop, yes, makes sense, and it should absolutely be there, especially when agents trying to do something destructive, like write into a database or drop something or like delete something from your Salesforce instance, for example. I truly think, and we've seen this in multiple customer conversation, for sensitive actions, if you will. Yes, there should be some sort of foresight. There should be some escalation mechanism in place, so agents are, again, do not have the access, or don't even get to the point where they have the capability of destroying something. But I think for the use cases that are well understood, for like a predictable, like, okay, from an agent perspective, what it's expected to do. Using, again, you should have tools and guardrails in place that can help evaluate the context on what the agent's trying to do, who's trying to take that action with the agent, should be able to evaluate that and be, allowed to be given the right sort of privileges when it needs them, so they can still do their action without introducing that friction of like, hey, every action must be approved for it.
Yeah, and that theme of bother the human when it's important, or when it be a consequential, not just for mundane things that are boring, but that's what agents will do. They'll do a whole lot of boring things on their own and give us time to do more interesting stuff.
Velocity is more of the essence when it comes from an agent perspective. So I think in the case of agentic, it's you have to be cautious of, like, you're not slowing the system down, but from a security perspective, still have the guardrails to ensure that the agent is behaving or is, sort of doing actions within the confines of what should be normal behavior, and anything outside of that is flagged for explicit approval.
Now, I want to riff on that idea of the guardrails that you've mentioned, and there's a strong history of that in the sense of cloud, for example, and just teams building out guardrails for humans to deploy securely. Why not do the same for agents? We live in the world of 2026 and agents and acronyms. Let me throw LLMs and MCPs into this. So MCPs are a way to get agents to do many, many actions. Is there an opportunity for guardrails there, or how have you seen the adoption of MCPs or tooling around MCPs try to constrain or control agents in any effective way?
Absolutely. You should absolutely have guardrails around MCP tool access, because MCPs in some ways are APIs to your underlying applications. I think
it's still
that's
an
a
API.
very simple way of like.
I think it's very fair though.
So I think, I from an agentic perspective, I think there is. You should think about the MCP tool access is absolutely important, but from an agentic perspective, I think you need to look more broader than that. Like, yes, having that MCP tool level authorization, if you will, is important. But at the end of the day, like, what application it's accessing and what privileges the agent should have in that app once it passes the MCP tool level is equally as important. And as we have these conversations with customers, there's multiple patterns that have emerged. Folks will either, from an agent perspective, just because they want to deploy stuff faster, may give its, over permission service account identities, or inherit the human user that's calling, like their over provision identities. And as we think about how you should think about your agentic applications and what policies and guardrails you need to put into place, you want to look at those identities to the concept of the human user or the identity that's invoking the agent, create that sort of that blended identity and look at like what that identity is trying to do in the system, and then have guardrails in place for should that blended identity have that MCP tool level access. And if the answer is yes, then ultimately the authorization is to the backend application. So that blended identity should never have any standing privileges to the backend application. Salesforce, it could be your data store, Snowflake, what have you. That should be provisioned as and when that blended identity needs, and those permissions should be wiped once the agent's done what it's supposed to do. That way you have no standing privileges that exist within your within your ecosystem. And if the agent tried to do something beyond what the guardrails told it to do, it would never be able to do that because it doesn't have access to the underlying system.
Yes, I'm smiling as you describe that, because it's like, do we, as a security team, put all of our time into figuring out in this markdown, is there something in the natural language that's tricking the agent or telling the agent to do something? Or do we just say you don't have access to this API? It feels so much easier and smarter just to cut off access or allow access where needed, for that matter.
Yeah, it's like, at that access API level for sure, and then even the backend source. Like, even if the tool allows access, again, you won't have any, if you don't have any standing privileges, you can be allowed access, but again, cannot go beyond the confines of what your role's been defined on.
Now, is this, in my mind, that I love this approach, and it feels straightforward logically. In practice, is it still straightforward? Where do people stumble with this, in the sense of trying to apply that both granular access control to the agents as well as the just-in-time access you're describing?
Yeah.
Is it just like this is like machine accounts that we've been dealing with, or human or cloud accounts we've been dealing with? Or is there something special about agents that makes it harder to manage, or that people should be thinking about here?
I think some of the problems are very similar and can be translated from both human and non-human identities here into this ecosystem. I think the volume that you're dealing with is now substantially different from what it was before. But I think the principles, the security principles still apply. Any conversations that we are having always start with like, hey, first discover like what exists within
Common
your
theme,
environment,
yeah.
right? Like, you can't really control what you can discover. But once you discover, the next thing you should be doing is like looking at controls in place, like that controls you want to put in place. And here, I think some of the, again, best security best practices that we've talked about for years still into play. Like, look at like what systems are, accessing sensitive data or will want to access your sensitive data, and start thinking about the broad sort of guardrails that you can put in place, the controls you can put in place, and then having a tool, again, I'm biased here like from P0, but our tool has the capability to show you every sort of tool call and backend resource call we're making. So, again, a tool that can help you sort of manipulate these policies on the fly. So as you see the agent behaving in certain ways, you can then go configure and fine-tune your policies to ensure they're as granular as you want them to be.
Yeah.
And again, ultimately, you want to protect your enterprise data, right? So just, fine-tuning those policies, but starting with discovery, control, and then, again, being able to prove what agent had, what was the agent trying to do, what access did it want, how was it granted that access, and again, everything that the compliance teams have wanted forever. So, basically being able to
And that's got to be really helpful information, because that shows you also, wait, where did this agent come from and why is it talking to here?
Absolutely.
Because both you can discover, here is a shadow agent, to use that term.
Yep.
And over here, wait, we didn't think this was sensitive data, but some human went and looked at it and analyzed and like, oh, actually, we now also have our data inventory that's telling us that something new that we didn't learn before.
Yep, exactly,
Yeah.
absolutely. And you want something that captures all of that information so you can fine tune. It's a learning process. A lot of folks are in various stages of agent deployment, but again, the fundamentals of security I don't think change. The way you want to handle agentic should, has to be more sort of holistic. And I think in human users and in NHIs, a lot of people live with standing privileges, but in the agentic world, zero standing privileges actually becomes really, really important. And you have to start sort of thinking about it from that lens and, using that discover, control, prove model to ensure that you have your agentic sort of story tied down.
Yeah, and I think that sounds like a wonderful guardrail to me, is that making those ephemeral.
Yep.
And just knowing what's out there. Those are two great messages. And unfortunately, on the theme of ephemeral, we don't have much time to continue the conversation.
Noise.
So I appreciate the messages you've been telling us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
If you'd like to learn more about P0 security, check out securityweekly.com/P0IDV. And for all of our Identiverse 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, as my voice is breaking, check out securityweekly.com/IDV. Stick around. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is John Pritchard, CEO at Radiant Logic. John, thanks for being here today.
Thanks for having me.
So logically, I want to follow that comment up with I love science fiction. There's a great science fiction, the three-body problem. I think you've riffed on this a little bit with the three-identity problem. Tell us a bit about this.
Yeah, so I had the honor of giving a keynote this morning, and I talked about this analogy of this mathematician, French mathematician, 1890s, Henri Poincaré, and he discovers that three bodies in motion have no predictable pattern.
There's chaos.
It's just chaos, right? It's not mathematically solvable. And it occurred to me that really reminds me of what we're going through in the identity space between human, non-human, and now agentic identity, trying to solve that, what the relationship between those bodies are, and how that relationship has a lot of importance.
And what's interesting there is, and I'm setting this up because I agree with that, the categorization there, but how come non-human and agentic identity, why aren't those just synonyms? You know, that's just human and non-human, and the two-body problem doesn't sound as cool, so.
So it's a great question. I think it goes back to the concept of, at least in agentic AI, these things are developed with some type of goal in mind. Unlike a non-human identity, which has sort of a recurring task. And if you think about agents maybe becoming like insiders, they have behavior that they do, right, and actions that they take, which would imply we need to start treating them like insiders in the way we do with humans.
I mean, a prompt injection or a malicious skill is kind of an insider threat away, right? So.
Yeah, and even beyond like those things I think are well known, you can like imagine an agent set up to do a goal, and in its decision of how to achieve that goal, it ends up doing something that you would not have wanted it to do. So in that case, it's looking like it's got some ulterior motive, but in fact, it's just trying to do goal completion.
That would be instructions. Yeah, and that's a great distinction because the way I framed it was, think of it like an application security perspective of an attacker going after, manipulating, but you're pointing out, well, human language can be a bit imprecise, ambiguous, and if agents are acting on this, that's bad news.
Yes, and it's the imprecision of the human language, and the reason we spend so much time in prompting, and what I talk about a lot is context setting, so to make sure that that goal that this thing is trying to accomplish is actually really wired in.
So let's, since we're trying to de-ambiguify, to make up a word, language, there's identity, but identity has a lot of dimensions to it. There's authentication, there's also authorization, and from what I'm hearing, you're explaining much more of an authorization problem. Is that right?
Yeah, and I'd say that's the big next problem for us in the space. We did a lot with authentication. We got standards figured out. We got ways of presenting sort of biometrics around things. There's even a way to do that in like machine identity world. Authorization is really checking, can you do what you're trying to do? And then we get really into the concept of intent. And that is where things are just difficult. When we write policies around how do I validate that your intent is actually what you should be allowed to do? Is the data you're trying to access appropriate? Why are you trying to use it? What are you going to do with the data when you get it? Those types of things, I think, are really drive precision in policy, and that's why authorization is so top of mind right now.
And part of that too it's bringing to my mind what you were just saying too about there are threats out there, yes, the prompt injection, the malicious skills, et cetera. But if these agents are just insiders, we don't have to use the malicious part yet. Employees are offboarded, they leave. Do agents also leave? Is that what does that look like in this world right now?
Yeah, so now you're hitting on, I think, the big problem of today. Like we spend a lot of time talking about developers making agents, and yes, those are an area of concern. But I think as an industry, we've done really well on education to our security and developer teams for that. It's everyone else in the company. It's your finance organization, it's your marketing team, HR. They're able to take some low barrier, no code environment right now and spin up an agent because it's that easy. And then you're sort of questioning how well did they set it up? What kind of intent did they sort of program it with?
Yeah.
And when you typically offboard an agent, you have to run that through some type of provisioning system. These back office citizen developers, if you will, the employees in your company, most probably didn't use those things.
Yeah, is there even an onboarding system for agents right now?
So that's a big problem. It's a big problem. Like Microsoft has got this dashboard they just stood up called ownerless agents. I think it's just a testament to the fact that it's really easy to create these things and they're left sort of orphaned.
Now, I'm going to switch gears for us on a second because I want to think about practical aspects too. We're winding down the Tuesday of Identiverse. I think I've heard you've described the idea of what an exercise that a CISO could do if they were to leave Identiverse. And I don't want to give the name yet away. I want to let you introduce this. What is this exercise? Because it's actually pretty self-contained and it sounds very appealing to me.
Yeah, so I think we talked a lot about at the conference this year that context is very important when it comes to securing all agent types. But the agentic space, I think, is bringing that a little bit more top of mind because of authorization.
Yep.
So then the question is like, okay, where do I have context? And the context is, the best example I like to use is if you've ever been working with an AI model before and you're spending maybe a lot of time with it and suddenly it forgets something or maybe drops a very important piece of information. The phrase we use is you've broken through the context window, right?
Yes.
Identity to some degree is in a very similar situation, but because the information relative to decision making is spread out across a number of different systems we have in the environment.
Yeah.
So your endpoint system, your governance system, your access control system, and no one really holds the whole chain of that related maybe context, if you will. So I talk about a CISO day one activity is assembling your council. And those are really the leaders of those systems that have those silos and discussing how do I bring that data together? Because that's the kind of information you want being presented to all of your policy engines that are doing your authorization.
And what's interesting about that is you described bringing people together, bringing and that seems almost the opposite of where we're just talking about the beginning of agents doing everything, but it's still people are defining policies, people are overseeing these silos, which is not the good part of things. So how much of this can still needs to be a people problem or people's a part of the solution, perhaps?
Yeah, it's a great question. For sure need to get system level integration.
Right.
But if you look at how teams organize, they organize by function. And there's always a system underneath that function, which creates a data silo within that function, which I would argue has created a context silo.
Okay.
And so part of what you want to do is connect the dots. You want the leaders of those functions to realize that they've got a piece of something that's very important, and that there's sister teams that also have pieces of something that are very important. And I kind of describe this like a row in a database, right, where you're connecting different sort of rows of information to say that is the context related to this decision I'm trying to make.
No, and that's interesting because to me it sounds like, to play a little bit with our physics, call back to the three-body problem, it doesn't sound like you're trying to do a context collapse necessarily. You're just trying to say, we know what the context is. We can actually measure this rather than just assume that it exists out there, right?
Yeah, and to keep on my sort of math nerddom, right? I talk a lot about Coleman and his observability principle from way back. And if you've been in infrastructure for a while, we've been doing observability for a long time. But he talks about how that's the ability to look at a system and determine its state based on its outputs. That's sort of a maturity we haven't quite gotten to into the identity space, which we need to bring together this sort of contextual awareness, because they do live in systems, and you need those systems. Like they have a column or type of function they need to do, right? It's still very vertical, but it's this horizontal contextual awareness that we need to bring together.
And this feels very, I love the table that you're laying out visually for us, because for me, I'm thinking, here's my nice matrix, feels very deterministic, this, and this. A possibly even cliche at this point to say that agents have that non-deterministic, unpredictable aspect to them. We could maybe argue that humans are a little bit like that as well.
Yeah.
As we go back to the idea of that chaos, how much of the controls for the defender side, for the CISOs, for example, can they be still relying on AI as part of this help to enforcing controls, helping them with the problem, or is AI very much just the threat and the risk part of this equation?
I would say today we for sure need human in the loop on a lot of decisions because they're non-deterministic, right? I mean, the very nature of the math behind how these are built tell you that you're never going to get to 100% precision. That puts pressure on the policy writing, so how precise can I make the policies? And AI for sure has got benefit in helping craft very complete, maybe comprehensive policies. But at the end of the day, the decision making has to look at the largest context window it can to make the most informed decision that it can. And I think that's a combination of some AI capabilities, but largely the technology we have today. They just got to share their information a bit more real time than they do.
And I'm curious there too, because I imagine at some point there is a person or a team making that decision about this is what the policy is, or this is what permissions it should have. Is that the identity team, for the lack of a better term? Is it the CISO or the application security team, product security team? As you were describing those functional roles, is there a way that you've seen those roles work out effectively, successfully in orgs?
Yeah, so now we're getting back to the people side of the equation. Right. I think the real answer is the policy happens at various layers. It's defense in depth from back in our day, right? So you have network policy on segmentation, you have authentication policy at the identity sort of SSO layer. Authorization policy is now what we're talking about for things like access to resources. Your strategy has to sort of embrace the fact that you have those layers, and there's different levels of policy decision making that have to be set up. It's that complexity where I think AI is actually pretty useful. It's a very complex thing to try to model about how all that stuff sort of stacks together.
No, indeed. And so if we, maybe this is a little bit of prognostication, but let's say we'll roll forward next year, you're doing another keynote. Are we up to a 4-body problem? Is there something else getting added on top of
God, I hope not.
Or what's the challenge that you hope to be talking about instead next year?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question, right? The categories, I think, today that we define on the functions we do, I think are gonna merge.
Okay.
And maybe some specialties are gonna fall out of that. We would used to talk about access control, governance, privileged access, sort of as very distinct functions in an organization. The SOC and monitoring and sort of threat detection are very other distinct functions. The amount of information sharing that these things need to do now, I think, are drawing them much closer together, which is probably why we've seen identity teams move out of the CIO organization and into the security organization.
Well, it's interesting. And is the security organization, historically, they work with human employees, they work with the human developers. Is there also something else dealing with agents that you see them making a mistake about? In other words, they're thinking like, well, agents are just a metaphor for humans. They just work 24 hours a day. Whereas, no, you actually have to think about something else with them.
So I think the category of agent right now feels very coarse. And I mean, we put stuff that our developers make in with the things that our employees maybe create on the side.
That's a good point. Yeah, you were describing workflow versus coding. Yeah, okay.
So I expect some specialization is going to fall out of that in the way that we used to think about workforce that became employees and part-time employees and contractors, because you treat them a little differently. And maybe different policies apply to that because of that.
No, that makes sense. And then I guess one final thing is then, businesses are rolling out the agents. How does the CISO start that conversation to bring this council together to figure out who should be part of this in terms of identity? Makes sense. But the people buying the agents, is it just HR? Do you just find all the functions, all these verticals and silos and hope that's right? Or is there something hidden that you've discovered that CISOs can really be helped with?
So I do firmly believe we're at a point in time where the CISO really has a voice all the way up to the board level, unlike many, many years in the past. Because of this, I think it's seen as a huge opportunity for corporations that can embrace this for their own competitive advantage, while at the same time not risking the corporation in the process of doing that. And so that's a fine line around how do I, quote, enable the business while not making the business vulnerable to some type of new technology I brought in, which requires a lot of planning, right? So it's like, how much do I enable the stuff we want to develop? How much do I enable the employees to do themselves? How much AI do I acquire from my vendor partners, right, and bring in versus what do I build myself?
You're inheriting this. So a lot of human planning, a lot of human people still involved in this process.
So we're not being displaced. That's a good answer.
No. But even if we're not being displaced, we still have our own context window that we're constrained against. So that we've come to the end of ours. I want to say thank you, John.
Well
this was
done.
fun.
Right, good having you.
To learn more about Radiant Logic, visit securityweekly.com/RadiantLogicIDV. And for all of our Identiverse 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/IDV. Stick around, we'll be right back after the break. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Cassie Christensen, Field CTO at Saviynt. Thanks for being here, Chrissy. Cassie,
Thanks.
sorry.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Happy to have you here. And one of the things we've been talking about all day is agents, and I'm sure we're going to have to talk about some more agents in a second. But part of that is I wanted to frame it up in the way of how people are adopting agents. Because some of it can be a surprise to a lot of organizations because maybe they don't have an official policy yet. And an employee is just using it for their email or using it for something else personally. That we have shadow AI, just like we have shadow IT.
Yeah.
How big of a problem has that been? How are organizations even trying to discover where their agents, how many agents are on their network?
Yeah, right. Well, first off, I think as somebody who's been in identity for 20 years, I realized that even I was guilty of some of the bad habits, right? So you get really sucked in. An agent for your assistant, and maybe you can get some of this stuff taken care of, and so you start playing.
It's helping me, right?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you create a couple of tools, and it's maybe just a side project, and then you sort of set it and forget it. So this whole concept of these kind of infiltrating our environments without us really necessarily having good visibility on them is a challenge. So when it clicked in my head, and I went back and I was like, man, here's half a dozen that I'm guilty of, that I never checked in on, right? They completed their task, they're still out there, they're still doing things. I think that this whole concept of visibility and detection is kind of the first big wave that everybody's bought into. We've got to do this.
Yes.
So once we find them, then it becomes the challenge of, okay, who owns them? Like who's going to be the person that's on the line if they exist, if they get access that they aren't supposed to have, that kind of thing.
And how did they get that access in the first place? Should they still have that access? Those are very important questions the security team's going to have.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm curious then, because it's one of the, even back in with, my background is application security.
Sure.
And even 20 years ago, one of the first things we would say is, do you have an application inventory? Do you have an asset inventory? And do you have an agent inventory or identity inventory, right? These are very basic things. Easy to say, kind of hard to do though. What are some stumbling blocks that you've commonly seen people run into, and are there ways to help them over those, not have to stumble 20 years later?
Yeah, I think a lot of the same foundations remain true, right?
Okay.
So we need to still be able to understand where they are, so detecting.
Yep.
And a lot of that comes back to our original questions that we had in identity programs. The people and what access do they have, and can we map that? Because if you're trying to detect every single browser plugin, I'll call it a game of whack-a-mole that we probably won't ever win. No. So you've got to have some process wrapped around, like, when do we care? And I think in my mind the shift goes from when is it a tool to when does it become an employee or an actual identity. Yeah,
that's interesting. I actually really love that. That resonates with me strongly, the idea of the browser plugin, like browser extension, because one browser, me as like one employee, might have half a dozen extensions. And you were just describing, for example, you had maybe half a dozen agents.
Yeah.
That's one of those things that for me shows the problem of this space, is that it's not like one human has one agent that they own or accountable, is that one to many or many mapping.
Right.
And so some of what you're describing makes sense to me in the sense that we need the governance for it. But that becomes really, really hard. Like, at what point do we care? What is that point? What are the questions we can ask to figure out now we care about this agent?
That's a good question. And I will tell you what I think my answer is right now. I think this is still evolving, though.
Fair point, yeah.
I think there's a shift from when something is a tool. Mm-hmm. So if it drafts an email for me and then I send it, I'm still reviewing. I still ultimately have
control. And you
control.
click send most likely, or
Conversely, if it can draft the email, send the email, transfer the money, whatever it might be, then it's sort of become an employee that we didn't interview, right? So I think that when it starts to take action on its own is when we start to care. And that's probably the point that we want to make sure it has an owner and somebody that's checking in on it. But when you think about that too, like governance, I'm sure you've probably gotten certification campaigns. I bet you loved them. They're everyone's favorite. But that speed, the cadence that we've used for human identities just doesn't apply in the same way with agents. They're so fast.
And I was going to ask, there's got to be a lot of things that these identity programs just break down on. And even in the past, we don't even have to introduce agents into the calculation before we've seen people struggle with programs. Agents just have to be making it even harder. So are there common ways that you see that program is going to fail, or that's just about to fail because they're doing one or two things wrong, or there's something commonality amongst them?
That's a really personal question to me. Like I've gone into so many rooms that
Really?
you get brought in to fix this program, or maybe we're just really immature, like create something.
We've got 10 minutes left. Let's fix everything right now. Come on, Cassie.
Right? And you sit down with them, and they're looking for the silver bullet.
Yes.
And it's a shiny new tool. They found it on the floor here. I don't know. But that's rarely the whole solution, right? It's the people and the process that you wrap around it. And I think when we see people struggling the most, it's when they have a lot of tools that are partially integrated.
Yeah.
And they haven't spent the time to maybe make that cultural shift. We didn't solve our identities with the belly buttons all that completely, and now we're trying to do this with silicone that moves at a whole new warp speed. I think if you go back to the fundamentals, who has access to what? Why did they have it? Should they still have it? Is that project still valid? Those types of things matter whether you're a belly button or a silicone-based identity, right?
Yes.
If you're able to take action, you probably need to govern that in some way. And
as a Star Trek fan, I'm laughing. I love the idea of Data showing up for without a belly button and trying to say, "Hey, I need access to this."
Right?
I love this.
I heard somebody say belly button years ago, and I've loved it ever since.
But I'm having fun with this because all those questions you were listing out make tons of sense. They're very clear. They might not have clear answers, but they're quite understandable. But I'm also curious, is there an additional question when you talk about governance for this agentic era, however we want to call it, that needs to be a new question, or you need to change one of those questions in some special way because we're dealing with an agent?
I think the main place that we focused right now is how do we start to understand intent, right?
Okay.
I think that's the shift in the question that's out there. I'm not sure we've answered it yet. I think there are some ways.
I've heard intent a lot, but no answers.
Yeah, so there's some clear signs, right? What tools can it access? Some Microsoft's Copilot has some metadata available. You can actually enforce some frameworks, but that doesn't exist for all the different tools yet. So I think that that's something that's really evolving, but it seems to be where we're focusing, and one of the questions that we probably need to make sure we get an answer to as this takes off.
No, indeed, and you mentioned frameworks, for example. That is often how a lot of the chaos of many different orgs asking similar questions, they start to congeal into, here's a framework we'll use, and that way have some shorthand. Do any of those frameworks that have existed over let's just go back 10 years ago, do they still work for agents with agents? Is there something brittle about them that needs to change? How does that, what's their relationship there?
Well, non-deterministic agents are kind of a whole new type. I mean, it's not like I can spawn multiple people acting like I wish. Wouldn't that be nice? Somebody doing the housework.
Clone myself and yes.
Yeah, but I think that obviously introduces some interesting challenges. Beyond that, though, I think the speed. I think the principles are the same. We still want to know the who, the how. We want to revoke if it's doing something out of line.
Yep, makes sense.
But the speed of it is just so astronomically faster that I think that's the piece that we've probably been focusing on the most.
And then when we say speed, is it because the consequences are the security team is now slowing down the business because they're trying to go through that checklist or go through those questions and they're just can't keep up because of the volume of agents? Is it something else? Tell me a little bit more about how that speed impacts the security team or is making things harder, so to speak.
Yeah, well, I think like all security, if we make it too hard, they figure out a way around it.
Yes.
And I don't think it's with malice. It's just everybody's busy. They've got a limited amount of time. So having a way that you can register an agent when you're creating it in the same way that you would if you didn't have to register them, it doesn't slow you down. I think that's a big deal. I also think, we've got to watch things like having keys sitting out like for an API, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The traditional challenges, they get exacerbated at a much higher rate of speed. So I think that it's probably showing us some of our bad behaviors or bad tooling that we've maybe done in the past, but with a magnifying glass. What do you think?
I like that because, especially with the secrets, is a good example because one of my common questions throughout the day has been, like you, I can go back 20 years within the cybersecurity industry and be like, oh, here's what we used to call just a machine identity or service identity and needed access to that secret or that password or that credential. And then we had this slow arc of patterns where we're like, no, these passwords need to live in a password vault. Secrets need to live over here, and you just get access to it when you're in production system and you've proved your identity, for example, to bring it back to this. But agents are now like, well, maybe, as you said, they're unpredictable or their intent is ambiguous. Does it need the secret now? Maybe it needs it later, or I'll just give it to it because I have access to it. And I love that framing of it's magnifying some of the mistakes and bad behaviors we've been doing for a long time.
Yeah. It gets complex though, right? Especially when you go to try and govern. What does it look like, right? How often are you going to check in? How do you enforce those things? So I think that's some of the stuff that we're trying to align on as an industry. And I think it'll be really exciting to see, in addition to creating like essentially you called it, as I think you might have said, the CMDB of agents, or right? You get your registry. Now you've got visibility, and now you can see what they can do, the tools they can access. But why were they created? Is that project still valid? Did that wrap? It's kind of like the third-party challenge, right?
Yeah.
You let someone in because they had to go fix the machine. The machine got fixed. Did their access get revoked? How are we checking?
Yes, and like an employee is going to retire, they'll go somewhere else, etc. The agent is just going to keep spending tokens until maybe the CFO will notice, be like, wait, we spent how much this month? What is this doing?
Right.
But it's not getting offboarded in any way. That's I think agent debt that's my prediction. We're going to hear more about that in 2026.
I think that's a very valid prediction. I think we're already starting to see it.
Perhaps, and I think one of my other curiosities is you've been talking about governance. It helps give some ideas about what the world should look like with the humans, with agents, etc. Some of it can be a little bit too after the fact. In the question, wait, why did this have this permission? I like how you were jumping ahead to, well, why did this project still keep going? Maybe we should just turn this down, basically preventing or reducing our attack surface. I'm a big fan of that, whether it's reducing some code from your application or just getting rid of systems. And I'm curious, has anybody had that? Have you had that conversation with anybody right now? Or is everybody just still, we want to add more agents, and that's it?
It feels to me like there's two camps.
Okay.
I think there is one camp that says, use it all, we don't care, we'll figure it out later. Like, we need to take advantage of this wave. And I think that those are typically going to be a little less security-focused industries in general. You're not going to see that in healthcare, for instance, right? Finance, same.
Highly regulated.
Right.
Yeah.
But on the other side, then you have people that are like, none of it, we're locking everything down. We need this very big policy. We have this governing board. And then it feels like those organizations are having a big challenge of, we'll call it shadow AI, right? The people that are...
It's getting used anyway.
Yeah, it's getting used.
Yeah.
And they think that they've protected themselves against it and therefore aren't looking for the visibility, and they're already in your house type thing, right?
Yes.
So I think that those two camps are kind of what I'm seeing as we sit in boardrooms. A lot of questions around what is everybody else doing? What should we be doing?
Yeah.
What are the best practices? And outside of making sure you know where they are, what they're doing, the tools that they're accessing, right? As much as you can around intent for where we stand, and that you're checking in on them, right? Checking in with those owners. I don't know that we have the perfect answer yet, but it's really a hot topic.
It indeed is. And you gave us the good ingredients to basically start asking those questions, because it's going to change over the next couple of months anyway, the models, agents, et cetera. So that feels like a very strong message for us to end on, and we'll let you go back to the camps and talk to the boardrooms as well. Thanks, Cassie.
Thank you so much.
If you'd like to learn more about Saviynt, visit securityweekly.com/SavyntIDV. And for all of our Identiverse 2026 coverage from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/IDV. Stick around, we'll be right back after this break. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is Cassie Christensen, Field CTO at Saviynt. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I think we're set. Welcome to Identiverse 2026. I'm Mike Shema. Joining me today is David Goldschlag, CEO and co-founder at Ambit. David, thanks for being here.
Great to be here. Thank you.
So one of the things, you're helping me wind down one day of Identiverse, and it's pretty exciting. And this is Las Vegas. I feel like we should do a mentalist bit or something like guess what's on my mind, but I'm pretty sure you're just going to say agent or agentic or AI.
It's all about AI.
It's all about
it's all
AI.
About AI.
It absolutely is. And one of the things I've been slowly learning and discovering is that there's still some nuances and important things in AI, because there's humans, call them machine accounts, service accounts. We've had those for at least the last decade with the cloud, for example. And then there's whatever agents are, and they're not just a synonym for machine accounts. Tell us a little bit about why that is. Why do we care about AI agents?
And so you're right. At one level, right, there's people who do stuff. And at another level, there's agents that do stuff. And those agents are just pieces of software. But we've had software applications for 50 years, right? So why, right? What's really interesting is software that we've had so far basically does the same thing over and over, okay? And agents seem to have, people call it non-determinism, but there's some flexibility in what they do, okay? Yeah. And they sort of decide a little bit what to do next based on the information that they get, okay? And that's intelligence, okay? Now you can debate how intelligent is it, but it creates a different way that these things operate, okay? And you were asking, though, about, what are the differences between giving like an identity for people, right? Or an identity for software, or an identity for agents, okay? And I think one thing we should start with is you need an identity for each of those, okay? Yeah. So if you're a person and you're doing something, you need an identity, because that identity gives you rights to do some access, okay? And the logs and the audits should show that you did that access, okay? The same thing happens if you have, your Google Calendar logging into some service, okay? It should authenticate and it should know what was happening, okay? But an agent should be exactly the same thing. You should have an agent and it's trying to go to your database. It should have an identity, and you should be able to track, okay, that agent did the work. Now, the most common version of agents, though, are agents that do work for users. And that becomes sort of this combined hybrid problem, right? Like you have your agent going to operate on your calendar. Yeah. It should have your rights. Should it have your rights forever? Should it have all of your rights? I don't know, okay? But we should make a decision, right? Yeah. So it should have some of your rights. And what we're hearing from customers is if it can impersonate you, that's too much rights for too long. Okay?
Yeah. And as you're setting up that hypothetical, I wasn't answering because I was getting a little bit worried. I'm like, no, I don't want it to do all those things.
Right. That's right.
But the reason for that is that's where the risk lies. And I think I'd love to hear some more about what are the risky workflows, or why. You sort of answered this already in the sense of we want to know who did what or what did what. But tell us a little bit more about how that risk manifests, or are organizations appreciating the risk that comes from these agents?
Yeah, so we've had delegation for a long time, right?
Sure.
Okay, so an exec, I'll have an admin who will do things for the exec, okay? But the delegation is, there's process around that where there's a person, right, who's the delegator and the person who's being delegated to, and there's a sense of responsibility and a code that's related to your job, okay? If you have a piece of software, okay, and you give it your rights, you don't know what it's doing, okay? And how do you know that it'll keep doing only the things you intended it to do, okay? And when it goes bad, who's responsible for it, right? And you got to think about both of these things. You got to think about the happy path, right, where it's doing what you're intended, and you also got to think about the pace where it goes to these dark corners, right? And then how do you know, right? Shut it down. How do you know what it actually did?
Yeah. Now, one of the things, you weren't here this morning, but this morning I was introducing the day, and I was talking about one of the things I'd love to see is practical advice. You've already given us a couple teasers of that already, some examples, as well as real world examples.
Yeah.
I think you've got a really good real world example of deploying agents, securing agents. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so we have a customer, they're a large investment company, okay, and they've decided to give all of their employees access to Claude, okay, either Claude Web or Claude Desktop, okay, and Claude then can access all of the corporate information, okay, and the corporate information could be Microsoft 365, or it could be various SaaS applications, financial apps, right? Different things that help different functions do their jobs, okay? And how do you make this all the plumbing glue together? You put MCP servers in front of all the data sources, all the applications, and then you have the user sitting with Claude, and now Claude magically can access all of those data sets, search them intelligently, do operations on them. A lot of things, you might call this a digital assistant type scenario. I heard that it's sort of another customer we have, called it kind of a next-gen search. It's what you always wanted search to do, be intelligent search, and not only is it search, it can act on the data and process it and do things. Okay, so that's the glue, right? User laptop Claude, MCP servers in front of all of the applications and data, and it should all work. What's missing? The missing is access control. How do you get Claude the right amount of rights for the right amount of time to do what the user is asking Claude to do? So the obvious answer would be give Claude your rights.
Here are my credentials. Here's my password.
After all, it's your digital assistant, right? The problem is now Claude can do everything you can do, okay, for forever. Okay, and changing your password is not a way of limiting the forever. It's too blunt.
Yes.
Okay. So what we're hearing from customers is they want to give Claude the appropriate rights, but just for a certain amount of time. Okay, and they want all this to be centrally managed. You don't want every user doing this delegation themselves. Okay, and so what we do is we're able to give Claude what we call a blended identity, and the blended identity is the user's identity and Claude. And then we can make an access decision not based on what you are entitled to do, but what Claude should be entitled to do when it's doing work for you. And a nice example of that would be it's going to Microsoft 365. Maybe you have rights to read and write all that data and delete stuff, but you don't want Claude to delete anything. Okay? And that might be because you're not ready to give Claude those rights. Like in a year, you'll be ready to. But it might also be that, you're making these decisions that this sort of operation should not be permitted. And so we can give the blended identity the right rights. And we can give it for a short amount of time so you can seamlessly reauthorize, okay? And Claude can only get access, right, while it's entitled to. Now, from the bad side, we can audit. So we can do something called attribution. When Claude is doing work for you, we know that it's the blended identity. We know it's Claude doing work for you, which can be differentiated from you doing the work. And that's really important, right? That we can tell what entity, the agent or the person, did that work. Or if Claude was trying to do something on its own, then of course it wouldn't have those rights at all.
And that's a key part, because it goes back to what I was going to ask about, or make the comment that Claude, this hybrid identity, could be a malicious insider, even though their intent was just Claude to go search and take some actions. Now, obviously, a human could have been a malicious insider. We've seen that already with nation states trying to get employees hired in, things like that, or just what have you. But an agent is just, oops, it made a mistake, or oops, it took some action that it was given permission to do, but nobody intended it to take that action. And it sounds like this is the way to both constrain that, as well as to say, wait, why is this action happening in the first place? We want to revoke that, basically.
That's right. And so you want to know what the starting rights are, and then you want to limit those rights both in scope and in time and duration. So that way things can happen outside of scope, and things can happen for too long.
Yeah, and part of that, because in my mind, I've seen a lot of organizations also be like, we're going to have a great RBAC story. We're going to have super granular access control, and this is just in the human world. And it's so granular that it boils down to this new hire, just give them basically the equivalent of star access because it's so much easier. I imagine that's got to be the same thing with agents at low maturity organizations, either on this deployment you were talking about or just where you've seen other ways. How has that granular access control actually stayed granular without becoming just give them everything?
Right. So you run into either too much access because that was the simple way of doing it, right? Or it's too hard to manage. And finding that sweet spot is actually complicated, okay? Mm-hmm. And tools like Ambits are trying to work to a place to make life manageable for the administrator and also no extra work for the end user, okay? Because the end user doesn't want to be thinking about all this. They should be doing what he normally does in order to do his job, okay? So one of the things that we're able to do here is we're able to capture most of the rights of the user from the identity systems that the company already uses. You may use Okta or Entra, and you already know what that user's entitled to. And then you can have centralized rules that say, okay, when you're accessing Microsoft 365, we'll change read-write to only read permission, if that's the company's. So sort of these fusing of policies give you a way to make it simple and not repeating and duplicating the policies that you already have.
And I imagine that kind of fan out of that central policy to a multitude of agents, I hope, is probably easier for humans to reason through and say, this is what makes sense, this is how we can audit it, rather than just, we have a million agents and we also have a million policy expressions.
So this comes down to sort of how do you count the agents you have, right? So if you think about it, you have all these users, right, and they roll up into groups and they have rights. And now you have this instance of Claude, right? And every user is using Claude, and now you can create a policy, perhaps group-based, that this group of users gets to use Claude in this way, and that scales, okay, because that's how we manage things to scale today, right?
Yeah, so in this deployment, for example, how much have you seen this type of granular access control being able to revoke or being ephemeral grants? How much of that has been, I want to say, preventative rather than just, oh, there was a mistake and now we need to react and then refine?
Yeah, so we're finding that the job is to get up and running quickly, okay?
Yep.
And to do this in a way that gives enough power to the users to do what they do, and then you can tweak stuff, right? Okay. And you'll also learn as you move through things, right, that activities you may not have been comfortable with are those that you might want to do. Now, a lot of times you roll things out for a group of users, okay, right? So you start with this and then you roll out some changes and you'll do it for a group and then you can expand it to other ones. But I do want to say that this digital assistant model, okay, I think that every customer should be doing something like this, right? Because your employees now have access to all of your data, okay, or all the data that they'd otherwise be entitled to, but in an intelligent way.
And that they would otherwise be entitled to is a great phrase that I just want to jump on, because me as a human, I have my handful of task lists for the day. Here's what I want to do. I could have accessed all this over here, but I'm not going to, just because I don't need to today. But I just want to emphasize that agent could have done that.
That's right.
And it doesn't know necessarily not to, or doesn't know like why it shouldn't, or express why. That's a really good story that resonates with me. Yeah, and I'm curious then. I just want to squeeze in one last question, as you talk to the CISOs about this. What's the story then that they say? How has this helped them become not the no, don't deploy those agents? Here, we're going to enable you. What are they? How are they reacting to this?
Okay, so what we're seeing in organizations, right, is let's say a company wants to deploy. We're just releasing support for Microsoft Copilot Studio. So you're having third-party apps intelligence, right, connect to your own services or to other third-party services for users. And the organization's deciding, I want to do AI, okay, right? The CISO is coming to us and saying, how do I say yes? Okay? And if I say yes by giving the AI all the rights, that was your guard rights before, that's irresponsible. Okay? So how do I say yes but still stay within my guardrails? And what we let you do is we let you say, we're going to give the AI the rights with the same level of control that you've been doing for users, but we're doing it for this new combined user agent, the blended identity.
No, I love that. And unfortunately, we're against our own guardrails of time, but you've given us a great conversation. Thank you so much, David.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
To learn more about Ambit, visit securityweekly.com/AmbitIDV. That's AEMBIT-IDV. For all of Identiverse 2026 covers from CyberRisk Alliance, check out securityweekly.com/IDV. And stick around, we'll be right back after this break. And that's a wrap for Identiverse 2026 for today. I'm Mike Shema. I've been your host and dungeon master for those of you who have been following along since this morning on our adventure through terms like agentic, non-human, actions, and I didn't squeeze in too many monsters from the monster manual, but there's plenty of APTs that are going to get some monster manual-like names over the year. I enjoyed hearing from all of our sponsors, all of our interviews today. I think I learned a couple things that I'm going to take back to my usual Monday hosting gig at the Application Security Weekly podcast. So if you enjoyed hearing the interviews today, come check us out there too. Also, want to make sure that if you enjoyed everything that you've heard and seen from Identiverse this year, guess what? We're coming back next year. It's going to be June 28th through July 1st, so mark your calendars and bring your identities. We'll be talking about agents, of course, but I'm sure there will be more words and more terms to put on our bingo cards for that year as well. I want to say thank you to everybody who's listening. Also, I want to give a shout out to our on-site staff, Tyson and Renee, for keeping these interviews running smoothly. So thank you both. And to catch up on today's interviews and sponsors, you can always check out securityweekly.com/IDV. We'll see you next year at Identiverse 2027. And until then, keep your agents secure, keep them very secure. Who knows what's going to happen over the next 3 months, but we'll find out. Thanks again, everyone.